project. Dear Sir or Madam, we are part of a concerned group of agricultural, business, and residential property owners in the municipality of Chatham-Kent. The date the communication of the preferred route for this project has been quite vague. As property owners who presently work around these towers, it continues to be an increasing health and safety liability. Agricultural equipment continues to get larger. Operating this machinery continues to pose numerous risks to both property and human life. The property owner is liable for any damage that may occur when working around current towers located within field boundaries. We are strongly against the use of bare virgin land for this proposed project. We encourage the consideration of several other alternative options. These would limit the infringements of all those who may potentially be impacted. Presently, one of the proposed corridors is currently owned by Hydro One. It appears to be underutilized and the infrastructure is aged. Could this corridor be utilized by updating towers to accommodate the increased load? This solution would not require spending access capital acquiring additional land assets. Alternatively, the former Penn Central CN Railway Corridor is an asset that was acquired by the municipality of Chatham-Kent once the rail line was no longer in use. This is an existing right-of-way that was purchased for capital projects such as the one proposed. We understand the existing width may presently be insufficient, but that the route is already predefined. This route would have accessibility during the construction phase and once completed, as it can be accessed by existing roads. One of the proposed suggests widening the existing electrical corridor south of Highway 401. This would have additional towers being added to those existing properties. This is not the preferred solution by those who continue to work around or reside in close proximity to the existing infrastructure. We remain steadfast in our position that our properties and our personal safeties are no less important than those living and working in Leamington, Essex. Sincerely, E. Blake Vince and Robert C. Smythe. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now on the agenda for 8A is a presentation by Daniel Leventon, Vice President of Stakeholder Relations, Hydro One, proposed Chatham to Lakeshore Transmission Line Project, and there is an information report attached by Bruce McAllister.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you, Mayor, Clerk, Council, and staff for taking the time to facilitate this discussion. We're very happy to be here on what we hope is the first but not the last of a number of engagements on this and other projects, work, and undertakings that Hydro One has in Southwest Ontario. So first, I will say good evening to Mayor Caniff and to all members of council. As mentioned, my name is Daniel Levitan, and I'm the Vice President of Stakeholder Relations at Hydro One. Well, we've had the opportunity to meet and connect with some of you. We look forward to meeting with all members of council as we continue these engagements. I would also like to introduce my colleagues who are joining me on the webinar this evening. Sunny Karanakaran, who's our Director of Project Delivery, and Dana Gardner, our Manager of Community Relations. As a large infrastructure project of this kind moves through the planning process, it's our primary responsibility to ensure that we act as good stewards for the communities, residents, and businesses that will play host to both the work itself and the finished infrastructure. So we're here tonight as we all wanted to make sure to pass along to you our commitment as a company to both good corporate citizenry and meaningful engagement. For those of you that were present for our virtual session earlier in the year, one that brought in fact, several thousand attendees, and we're very happy with that engagement. But this will be familiar for you. But I wanted to put on the council's record what you can expect from Hydro One when we talk about meaningful engagement. The first one is we are here to make sure that everyone's feedback is built into the development work for this project. To Hydro One, true consultation means not just completing an exercise like this, but continuing the dialogue and maintaining an open channel of communication. And while we obviously cannot guarantee that a project will satisfy everyone all of the time, it's our goal that everyone can say that they had an opportunity to weigh in, that they were heard, and of course that Hydro One has met its own internal standards of effort to make sure that all of that takes place. So I'll spend the next few minutes reviewing the project and current status, what we've heard to date, and next steps that you and your constituents can expect. If you could move to slide 3 for me, please. So, being, yeah, apologies, I flew through the agenda. So when building a critical infrastructure project like this, the partnerships we build in the communities we're working on is of utmost importance. A key piece to our project planning includes collecting feedback, and we do make every effort to meet with and get to know property owners, business owners, area farmers, or those who have an interest in the project, Indigenous communities, etc. As we know, they have significant experience, knowledge, and advice of the local area that is important for us to consider. In fact, that deputation that was just read is a very, very good example of that, and I'll address that more specifically at the end of this presentation. As we continue to navigate through this process, we certainly can commit that we don't see a project design as complete until we've consulted with the community. And we are absolutely here to make sure that your advice is built into the final plan. So we will be coming back on a number of occasions to make sure that we've got it right, and to ensure that your feedback is built into the plan. In addition, as we're part of your communities, we want to partner with you to ensure your voices are heard when it comes to energy policy, critical infrastructure, and economic planning. A safe, strong, and reliable transmission system is absolutely fundamental to supporting economic growth, local jobs, and fast-growing industries such as the greenhouse sector, which are heavily dependent on electricity. So Hydro One is here for you as your utility, your partner, your advocate. And again, we do thank the Mayor and CAO Don Shropshire specifically for helping us facilitate this conversation and others within the community. If you could switch to slide 4, please. So for over 100 years, Hydro One has very proudly served the homes and businesses of Southwestern Ontario. Our crews live and work across the region and are personally as well as professionally invested in providing safe and reliable power to your homes and businesses. The Chatham to Lakeshore line will play a critical role in continuing this long tradition by unlocking economic potential and growth by increasing the amount of power available in the region. As a neighbor and a partner, we take that role as an advocate for communities very, very seriously, ensuring that your needs can be met by working alongside partners like the Independent Electricity System Operator, we call them the IESO. It's our job to make sure that the power is available where and when it's needed to support business and community growth. So in June of 2019, the IESO, they're responsible for planning in the system and obviously ensuring appropriate reliability, identified the long-term need for a new double circuit 230 kilovolt transmission line from the Chatham switching station in the municipality of Chatham-Kent to the future Lakeshore switching station in the town of Lakeshore. The line is needed to reinforce the existing transmission system and to address the region's growing electricity needs. It's anticipated this line will be in service prior to the end of 2025. The new Lakeshore, Chatham to Lakeshore transmission line will bring about 400 megawatts of power to the region, which will increase availability of power supporting economic growth and jobs, primarily in the agriculture sector. For scale, 400 megawatts is very close to the size of the municipality of Windsor. So we're talking about a very, very significant amount of energy. At this time, we're in the development stage, completing the environmental assessment, which began at the start of this year. So we can move to slide 5 and I can talk a little bit more about the environmental assessment. So a class environmental assessment, or Class EA as we call it, is a planning and decision-making tool that's used to assess the existing environment and mitigate potential effects before decisions are made about proceeding with a proposed project. The Environmental Assessment Act in Ontario sets out requirements for transmission line projects based on the voltage level and distance traversed. So some of the key components to a Class EA would include consultation with various groups and stakeholders, such as Indigenous communities, community members, government, and elected officials. It includes the collection of environmental inventory and then the identification of potential effects and mitigation measures. I'll refer back to that earlier deputation again. That's a very good example of the type of feedback and engagement that is quite important to undertake, and actually would fit into all three of those categories. At the end of this process, a draft study report, a draft environmental study report, we call it an ESR, that outlines the data captured and feedback collected, is made available for a 30-day public review and comment period. And I think, you know, when you contemplate the nature of an environmental assessment, it's really important for council to understand that an environmental assessment is obviously a regulated requirement, but it's a regulated baseline requirement. We see that as a starting point when it comes to engagement. As you've seen already, we plan to be present in the community in a variety of ways to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to meet with us and to ensure that either their concerns or wants or objectives are built into the final plan and captured in the official record. So if you could move to slide 6 for me in terms of routes. Following direction from the IESO, we conducted an internal exercise to identify potential feasible routes for the new transmission line. Hydro One's project team mapped out known technical, socioeconomic, and natural environment constraints such as water bodies, dense residential areas, environmentally significant areas in close proximity to known wind turbines, etc., and also looked for opportunities to parallel linear infrastructure such as existing transmission lines and highways. Based on this exercise, our design experts came up with 3 viable route alternatives and associated variations. Route alternative 1, actually, if you could slide one more slide further so I can narrate along with our map. You'll see route alternative 1, which will be shown in yellow on the map. Largely follows the existing 230 kilovolt transmission lines that are similar to the new line that will be constructed. It contains 2 variations, one around the south end of Tilbury and another close to the city of Chatham, which makes use of the Highway 401 corridor. There are a total of 4 variations of route alternative 1. Route alternative 2, shown in red on this map, largely parallels 2 existing 115 kilovolt transmission lines, as well as the Highway 401 corridor. There are a total of 3 variations of route alternative 2. Alternative 3 is a greenfield option that was identified by Hydro One. While it does not parallel any existing transmission lines or other linear infrastructure, we currently believe this to be a feasible route for the new transmission line, and as such, felt it prudent to include this route for consideration during the Class EA. So there were no other variations of route alternative 3 that were identified. As part of the Class EA process, we will evaluate and compare each of these route alternatives to select a preferred route for the new transmission line. And again, referring back to that earlier deputation, as it's quite appropriate in this context, that's exactly the kind of feedback that will help us line up the pros and cons, so to speak, of all of these route alternatives and their variations. Certainly, property impact is a very significant element that is going to be reviewed during this process, along with ensuring that agricultural land and impacts to agricultural land are kept at a minimum. So, where we are to date, a key piece of our project planning includes collecting feedback from First Nations communities, elected officials, community members, large and small businesses, associations, and other advocates. But we've had to augment our consultation to ensure project stakeholders have an open channel to communicate with us due to the current public health environment. Our commitment to working closely with and supporting Ontario's farming community remains a priority, and we want to make sure that we're working with these communities in a way that reflects the spirit of our relationship. Since January, our team has been busy working hard and have hosted, as I mentioned earlier, the first round of virtual information sessions, a total of 4 sessions, which reached over 4,000 people, facilitated the first technical advisory committee meeting with government agencies, non-government organizations, and First Nations communities with more than 25 members. We've arranged meetings with interested community members via video conference. We've met with municipal council members and key industry organizations in the study area. We continue to engage and schedule workshops with First Nations communities. That is not a comprehensive list, of course, of all the efforts we will continue to make. And as mentioned, individually and during our community information sessions, remain open to all suggestions in terms of audiences and forums where we can ensure that we collect as much feedback, opinion, and information as possible. So I mentioned at the beginning that we're here to make sure that advice is built into the final plan. Since January, we've had a significant amount of ongoing correspondence with many members within your community. We've also received a lot of great questions, advice, and feedback. So I'd like to review some of the top themes we're hearing and then turn it over to my colleague, Sunny, to share how this has helped shape our process and how we're incorporating this into our plan. Some of these key themes include, again, a good reference back to our deputation. Can the existing railway be reconsidered as an additional route alternative for the project? Will Hydro One ensure measures are taken to preserve and protect agricultural land? Are different tower types or designs being considered? Is the process for obtaining land rights comparable to other industries? And obviously a number of other questions and the like that we've received and answered through that period. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Sunny to get a little further into these themes and talk about some of our project milestones.
Thank you very much, Dan. Hello, everyone. My name is Sunny Karanakaran. I'm the Director of Strategic Projects here at Hydro One. Really appreciate the opportunity we've been provided to discuss this important project with Council. Per the themes that Dan just went through, and I'm going to just speak to you very briefly about what our teams are doing to actually address each one of these items. So on the first question there was, can the existing railway corridor be reconsidered as an alternative route alternative for this project? So based on the feedback we've received from your office and other stakeholders through the engagement under the Class E8 process to date, our team is re-evaluating the initial findings on the feasibility of the railway corridor. During the initial investigations of the routes, we looked at paralleling the old railroad, which runs through North Buxton, Fletcher, Tilbury, Comber and onwards. This railroad was deemed not feasible due to several technical constraints, including the narrow width, the bisection of established residential areas, the availability of the railroad corridor as sections are utilised by other industries, and encroachment upon existing wind turbines. As part of the current analysis that we're doing, we are looking at whether the existing Integris corridor from North Buxton to Comber, or elements and parts thereof, could be added as a route. And these will be assessed and evaluated towards selecting the preferred alternative for the 230 kV double circuit Chatham to Lakeshore transmission line. Now, we've also got some feedback, and we understand that there's been work previously done by others in assessing the use of this corridor for a potential wind farm transmission asset. But I do want to draw some highlights here that the asset that we are actually developing and plan to construct is a 230 kV double circuit transmission line that has to meet a certain high bar of standards and regulatory constraints, as it is two elements that sit within the bulk electric supply system. Right, so it's part of the provincial bulk electric supply system, and various regulatory requirements that come through from the IESO and the NERC do apply to this as an asset that wouldn't necessarily apply to a wind farm transmission line, as an example. Right, as part of the efforts that we're going to here, we have multiple lines of business within Hydro One that have taken a closer look at the initial findings. We've completed additional field verifications and are collecting additional data to support our analysis, right? So there's a number of factors that we're going to take into consideration to determine whether it would not just be feasible, but also technically reasonable to be considered as a route alternative option. So I can assure you that our teams are doing our due diligence to reevaluate this option further, and we'll come back to you once the results of the analysis are complete. So to the question of, are different tower types being considered? So as Dan had said, at this point in the actual development of the project, we are in the class environmental assessment stage, and our focus remains on completing the actual Class EA, and specifically on evaluating the multiple route alternatives and variants to select a preferred alternative for the new 230 kV double circuit transmission line. Once the actual preferred route has been selected, we enter into the detailed design stage, and we'll have a greater understanding of power and potential structure locations. And based on our knowledge of the infrastructure that we have built across the province, we know for certain that there are a number of different tower and structure types that can and will be used to complete the construction of the line. I think it's important to know that Hydro One's asset base has got 98% of the actual transmission assets across this province. So we are very familiar with the many variants of tower and structure types that are available out there to meet this type of asset. There's a lot of considerations that have to be taken into account when you're actually selecting tower types. And some of these include like land requirements, the ongoing operations and maintenance requirements for the asset, access not only during construction, but safety and clearance requirements for operations and maintenance, as well as evaluation of cost factors and elements for the line itself. So the feedback heard from the project stakeholders through the Class EA process will be taken into consideration, irrespective of which route is being utilised, as we move forward with the actual tower type selection. Right? As we progress through these stages, we'll continue to provide members of the public with an update of these details through the ongoing engagement opportunities. To the question that was asked around, is the process for obtaining land rights comparable to other industries? So many of the questions that we've received and heard on this project have focused on the land acquisition process and compensation that will be provided to the landowner should they actually have the preferred right-of-way on their property. Right? I think it's important to note that our process is founded upon past experience pertaining to land acquisition for new transmissions, and is based on ensuring a fair, flexible and transparent process for all impacted property owners. So once we've selected a preferred route, our rail estate team works closely with the directly impacted property owners who have the preferred right-of-way on their property. Our goal is always to offer property owners a choice in conveying property rights and secure voluntary property settlements. Each directly impacted property owner will be presented with a formal offer based upon a property-specific third-party appraisal report, which sets the market value of the required land rights. In addition to the market value offer, we will also have specific incentives which lead to offers for land rights that are beyond market value. We will continue to work closely with impacted property owners every step of the way. And lastly, to the last question, which was around, will Hydro One ensure measures are taken to preserve and protect agricultural lands? So we've heard concerns from property owners and farmers regarding the potential to the impacts of their land, such as drainage and soil compaction. And we recognise these lands are significant to their farming operations. We know each of the proposed routes traverse a variety of land use types, including agricultural land. And while we expect the construction of the new line will have some impact, a critical piece of the Class EA process is to look for opportunities to avoid, protect, and prevent damage to environmental features. So things such as soil compaction and damage to the existing trial drainage, to every extent possible, we're going to look to try to avoid this. And where it's unavoidable and you do actually have some level of impact there, we're going to ensure that appropriate repairs are made. It's important to note that once the route alternative is complete and the preferred route has been selected, our team will work closely with each affected property owner to understand the existing land conditions and features of each of the properties. So with that, I'd like to say thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll pass it back to Dan.
Thanks, Sonny. And recognizing that we've gone a little bit over time, I will take the slides that follow this as read by council, as it's more just an update on what milestones to expect. But we'll leave with these thoughts. Of course, we will continue to make ourselves available to you and members in your community. We are open to any and all additional opportunities, be they additional sessions or individual or group discussions, and really look to your best advice on who to go if we haven't gone somewhere or someone feels missed. One piece that I will address before I turn it over to questions that we haven't touched on from the earlier deputation. They raised a very, very important notion to us. In fact, from Hydro One's perspective, the most important notion, which was that of their property and personal safety. Hydro One's a safety organization first and foremost, with over 7,000 people in the field. That has to be our primary concern. So, while we cannot necessarily promise that the end result will satisfy entirely or wholly or in part, the wants of the concerned group, we can absolutely guarantee that that safety is going to be the number one factor considered in the final route, and that goes even further to Sonny's earlier point about ensuring the right assets in the right places. So with that, thank you again for having us this evening. Apologies for running a little bit late, but we really appreciate the opportunity to engage on what we think is going to be a very important project in the region.
Thank you, Daniel. I see we have a few questions. I'll start with Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Dan. I'm hoping that you really do think about this railway corridor. I can tell you in Tilbury here, with the towers we have, it's hindered some of the neighborhoods that are built where the towers are close to the towers, but could not build near the size they would like to because of the lines running through there. So it would be great to see it go down the railway through Tilbury, so that we're not taking any more land where we could actually make our town a little bit larger. Thank you.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Latimer. Oh, sorry. Daniel,
sorry,
I
wasn't sure. Should I respond now or afterwards?
Sure, Daniel, respond as the questions are asked.
Oh, okay. I think that's a very good point, and I really do want to commend council and the community at large, and Mayor Caniff and CAO Shropshire as well. Not to mention, in fact, in an earlier discussion to the good folk at Integris as well, that rail corridor and its potential use is something that we've heard a lot about. So we're very glad to take that back to the table and and take another look and see what opportunities exist. Naturally, Sonny raised some important points on what the challenges could be there. In the primary one being one of standards. We have a very heavy regulatory standard to follow when it comes to a piece of equipment that is present for bulk system reliability rather than a generation connection, which is what I believe currently exists there.
Yeah,
but
I think I got it.
Yeah,
It sounds like for something. Like up to a year, so it doesn't bug you.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Sakachi, then Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. With retrospect to the asset you plan to construct, you specified the benefits to Lakeshore Essex for the expanding greenhouse industry. Can you briefly discuss any additional benefits that it would bring to CK, and will our local utility have any potential to benefit, and have they approached regarding the location and the potential availability to source any additional supply?
That's a very good question. Obviously, with a project of this magnitude, on the immediate front, there are a number of benefits to the community and also to Indigenous communities in the area. Hydro One's very committed to local procurement and hiring wherever possible, and with a capital project of this magnitude, that can have a significant impact when it comes to what we source in the region. But I'll turn it over to Sunny to talk a little bit about system benefits of this project as well.
Yeah. So the line itself, as I said, is a part of the bulk electric supply system. So it's not just for the transfer of power down into the actual Lakeshore Essex area. There are existing transmission lines that are going to be sectionalized through any Lakeshore TS that connect all the way through to Windsor, and there are some interconnections into the US as well. Plus, there is a number of plans for future investment in the area that actually has lines that come out from Chatham and head east back towards London as potential routes. So the line itself becomes a bidirectional power transfer asset. So in adding the actual reliability and the power transfer capacity, the local distribution companies that are based in Chatham do have the potential to benefit out of this asset being built and put into place on the network as well.
Yeah, and if I could just add one final point before the next question. Sunny raises an important element there. As Hydro One is often the tip of the spear when it comes to community growth and business growth, we're very aware that the Chatham-Kent region is a very good place to grow, do business, and host large employers and the like. So there's a notion that we always have eyes on whenever we have to build a large project, which is that power needs to be there when it's needed, and a large asset like this being put into service in the region really does help from an investment attraction perspective as well, when it comes to what kind of infrastructure is available to support those that want to invest in the region.
Thank you very much. And just my last quick point too. In addition, you mentioned avoiding dense areas. Obviously, in Chatham-Kent, we live in a relatively rural area, and dense to our community, is looked at with a much different lens than more urbanly populated municipalities, such as the GTA. So I just really want to ensure that we're not looking for more so just at the final financial impact to Hydro One, but that the benefit to our community from a safety standpoint. So just kind of wanted to leave that point, and I just kind of wanted to touch base on, like I said, our dense areas here look a lot different than the large cities. So little communities, we want to make sure that we're advocating for them as equal. So thank you.
Yes, point absolutely taken. Hydro One is not only a transmitter, but the distributor to actually, in fact, the largest electricity distributor in Ontario, and that's largely to rural and northern Ontario. So that lens on density is a local lens, and I think if there's one point to take away from the goal of the environmental assessment is minimal impact in every one of those aspects. So point taken and very much built into the process.
Thank you for your time.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, and through the mayor, Mr. Levitin, thank you very much for your presentation. Your words are very encouraging, and I wanted to extend my personal appreciation to your community relations consultant, Julia Baldessera, and your manager of community relations, Dana Gardner, for their willingness to engage with myself and those property owners and farmers who are very concerned with all three of the proposed transmission line alternatives. To consider and forward our concerns to the respective hydro and team project members. Your remarks tonight, all of Sanjeev's and yours, Dan, tell me that Julia and Dana have definitely brought the community concerns to the table. And I'm encouraged to hear that you're evaluating and investigating actively the rail corridor, and that you're obviously acknowledging the farmland impacts, and you're willing to consider. You're acknowledging also, as Councillor Sakashi just mentioned, that our definitions of density, where we want to make sure that the new transmission lines are not traveling right directly through any of our smaller communities. So I appreciate your presentation and look forward to further discussion with the project team. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just before we go, Mr. Mayor, just before we go on, can I just remind everyone that is online, if you can just mute your microphones, we are getting some feedback from people who aren't muted while the others are speaking. Thank you.
Councillor Daniel, do you have anything to comment on that? Or
no, otherwise just to thank you so much for the commentary. We all
right.
Yeah, we take very seriously our the feedback channels, and really appreciate the kind words on Julia and Dana. They've lived and breathed Chatham-Kent all the way down to Windsor, Essex for some time. So we're really excited to continue this engagement.
Councillor Harrigan.
Hi, thank you. Also wanting to echo the great work of the community engagement team. There were a few constituents that reached out to me who I was able to refer to Julia, and they were very quickly reached out to, so thank you for that. And I very clearly can see that some of their concerns, particularly around the importance of what Mr. Vince and his deputation called virgin land or bare agricultural land, and how important that is to our community. And I can very much see that represented in your presentation today, so thank you. A question that I have is around the community information session. So in the early digital community information session, is the anticipation that in early 2021, the second session, as well as the release of the draft study, would be provided directly to anybody who would have given their contact information? Or is that something that we as council will be, looking to help support the distribution of that information?
Sure. Actually, before I pass this on to Dana to help us out on that one, I would comment when it comes to agricultural land. While obviously direct engagement is very, very important to us, at a more corporate level, we spend a lot of time with the Ontario Federation of Agriculture and a number of commodity groups to make sure that even at a broad level, rather than just project specific, we take into account the unique nature of agricultural lands and the importance of preserving as much of that as possible. So it's very much built into our DNA. Otherwise, I'll pass over to Dana to talk about engagement further down the line.
Yes, thank you, Dan, and thank you again to Council for having us this evening. And I just wanted to mention, so in the project milestones chart that you guys are looking at now, Councillor, as you noted, in early 2021, we expect to present our preferred route. There will be a number of different opportunities where we share that information. One of them that we've identified on this chart is through an open house. In addition to that, we will host, we will share that information with the TAC Technical Advisory Committee members, as well as all those individuals who we have heard back. So everyone will be receiving the same information at the same time.
Fabulous. And again, just So thank you again for modifying your plans and including the potential railway as something to revisit for this project. I think it demonstrates your continued commitment to stakeholder engagement. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the presentation. We'll move on to item 9, deputations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As council is aware from the email I sent at 3 today, we have 29 deputations this evening, and so the clerk's office will give it a whirl, and we'll start with Meredith.
Our first deputation is from Michael Copps. To whom it may concern, this deputation is in regards to indwell proposition that has been presented to you. I have been a full-time pastor in our community for over 20 years. Praise Fellowship Church was the first church to establish and maintain an ongoing soup kitchen in our city. Praise Fellowship helped the other churches in the city to establish their soup kitchens also. Now there is almost one every day of the week. We have a food pantry that is used regularly, and even a free clothing ministry where people can get free clothes. These have become very busy as the need has grown greatly, a need that has not changed over the years. The location of our church has been a key factor in helping us to recognize the immense need in our community. Free Help CK is a branch from Praise Fellowship Church. All this said is to say this idea of this plan for Indwell is long overdue and would greatly benefit our city for many years. This is an incredible thing that would seriously help the homeless, addicted, and mentally ill in our city that are currently living on our streets. This would clean up our streets and meet a need that has grown exponentially over the past couple of years. I myself and the leadership of our church endorse this endeavor, and we ask that you would as well.
The next deputation is by Sherry Saunders, Chatham-Kent Community Health Center's Executive Director. The Chatham-Kent Community Health Centers is aware of the growing problem of homelessness in Chatham-Kent. Providing health and well-being support to the homeless is part of the mandate of CKCHC, and we are pleased to see the attention that has been given by the municipality to the plight of the expanding population of homeless citizens. We agree that the solution to homeless problem is not temporary housing and shelters. A more effective, efficient, and caring answer is to provide permanent, supportive housing. We are aware that the municipality is exploring working with Indwell, a not-for-profit organization out of Hamilton that has a long, successful track record of building and operating supportive housing for the homeless in several municipalities in Ontario. We are also aware that NeighborLink, a local charitable organization in CK, is working with Indwell and the CK municipality on this project. CKCHC would like to endorse and support this important work as a significant priority for our community. Furthermore, we are aware that Indwell has worked directly with community health centers in other municipalities to successfully provide health and well-being supports to their residents. We see this as part of our mandate and look forward to discussing with Indwell how we can best be involved. Respectfully submitted, Sherry Saunders.
The next deputation is item 12B. Good evening, Chatham-Kent Council. I am a deacon at Grace Christian Reformed Church in Chatham. We have supported Indwell through prayers and financially for many years. They have shown that they can provide the expertise to develop affordable housing, sometimes new and sometimes renovated. In these COVID times, the difficult situation can be clearly seen in a short drive around some of the downtown streets. Please be willing to work with them and help them get started in our community. Thank you for meeting with them. Bill Forks.
The next deputation is with regard to item 13B and is from Mike and Colleen Penner. My wife and I are excited to see the Round the River project moving closer to completion. We cycle the route weekly and enjoy the road and the scenery. CK is slowly becoming a more attractive society. We appreciate the community participation in Ontario Bike Month and also by providing us a way of tracking our activity through the use of Active Switch. Chatham-Kent has a history of heart disease, and by moving to a more active lifestyle, hopefully we will become happier and healthier. The Round the River route is currently part of the Waterfront Trail, as well as the Trans-Canada Trail. With improvements made to these to the trail, it will become more welcoming for riders visiting from other areas. There is great potential for Chatham-Kent to become a walking and cycling society, as well as a haven for cycling tourists. We like to imagine cycling to Red Barn Brewery or Bayside, or to Ridgetown, Dresden, or Mitchell's Bay. By providing safe routes to our outlining communities, we could also seek attracting this growing number of adventure visitors. As a final thought, I am old enough to remember when the police services had bicycle-mounted officers. A return to this type of policing might increase awareness by motorists and encourage them to treat cyclists with a little more respect. With 8 grandchildren and a desire to lead them into cycling, safer routes like the Round the River Trail is much appreciated. I hope this letter adequately shows our support for the Round the River Trail. Mike and Colleen Penner.
The next deputation is by Paul Gardner, re the Round the River Phase 2 Extension Project. I support and ask City Council to pass the recommendation presented by the Municipal Administration regarding the Phase 2 Extension Project. This extension project provides increased and much needed safety to a well-used cycling route, which is also part of 2 major national and provincial cycling trails, the Waterfront Trail and the Trans-Canada Trail. The Round the River route is scenic and passes by several heritage sites, as well as traveling through lovely agricultural countryside. This extension project builds upon the existing Phase 1 cycling infrastructure, and due to integration with other infrastructure engineering work, is now estimated to cost less than the original estimates for the whole Round the River cycling route that were presented in the past for the Phase 1 project recommendation. I and my dear wife frequently cycle the Round the River route from Pancourt. I am an avid cyclist and a retired Union Gas manager whose 37-year career centered on infrastructure demand and planning, economics, community benefits, and health and safety. Both of us upon retirement chose to remain in Chatham-Kent. We started cycling in Chatham-Kent in 1994. I recall cycling along Riverview Drive, and whilst looking across Kyle Drive beyond the Tim Hortons, I wondered, where does the road go? It goes round the river. Cycling is a wonderful active lifestyle that fosters both a healthy body and mind. Traveling in a slower lane enables one to observe nature and rural life, which changes each season. Golden winter wheat in late June and tall cornfields in September is a pastoral sight to see, and perhaps photograph or paint. I have cycled many sections of the Route Verte in Quebec, and also other fine cycling pathways located in Huron, Essex, and Prince Edward Hastings counties in Ontario. This Chatham-Kent cycling project compares well with those cycling routes I have experienced. The recommendation prepared by the Municipal Administration details the planning, engineering, costs, and community benefits related to the project. I wholly support the fine analytical planning work contained in the report document. Yours truly, Paul Gardner.
The next deputation is with regards to item 13B also. People bike and walk on Riverview Road. It is popular. It will be safer when the Round the River Phase 2 is completed. Please consider voting yes to the Phase 2 completion. Beverly Van Dyken, CK Trails Committee Member.
The next deputation is with regard to 13B. It's from Rand McIntosh. I would like to thank Council, the municipality, and all of the drivers and sponsors of the current portion of this trail. We enjoy the loop starting on Kyle Drive out past SCC regularly. This year I have ridden almost 7,000 kilometers in Chatham-Kent along the river to Tilbury, Thamesville, out to Erio, Dresden, Tupperville, and Mitchell's Bay. Anytime there is a trail, we will gladly take advantage of it to reduce the interaction with vehicles. I have ridden the trail into Mitchell's Bay, the rail trail from Charing Cross east and west, the trails on the south side of town by John McGregor School, and the bike lanes in Chatham and Wellsburg. This year I have seen more runners, walkers, and cyclists than ever before. It is great seeing people taking their health seriously. Your help in completing the Round the River Loop, along with other trails in CK, will help make it safer for all. Please continue with the plan and make CK a great place to visit and enjoy cycling. Thank you, Rand McIntosh.
The next deputation is by Diane Fluke with respect to item 13B, Round the River Trail Phase 2 Extension Project. I support the request for proposal for the Round the River Recreational Trail Phase 2 construction. There are many reasons to support this project. I have listed just a few as follows. Number 1, this winding Riverside Road is already experiencing heavy walking and cycling traffic for recreation and commuting. There are many businesses along this route, including Riverview Gaming Center, Greenfield Specialty Alcohols, intensive farming operations, and a very large employer, Truly Green Greenhouses. Number 2, this trail was highlighted in the Chatham-Kent Trails Master Plan and approved by CK Council in 2009 and approved as an active transportation priority in 2019. Number 3, this trail has come in under budget at $3.5 million, a reduction of $2 million. This reduction was achieved by our dedicated municipal staff successfully accessing community stakeholders, Greenfield Specialty Alcohols, 2 provincial grants totaling over $1 million, and creating partnerships with CK municipal departments, infrastructure and engineering, parks and recreation. Number 4, paved shoulders increase capital cost savings because provincial and federal governments share roadwork costs. Both governments encourage paved shoulders to increase safety, reduce maintenance, and increase the lifespan of asphalt roads. Number 5, coordinating this trail construction with CK's local telecommunications proposed high-speed fiber installation with the same contractor saves time and capital costs. The fiber high-speed conduit will be installed on the municipal road right-of-way adjacent to the new paved shoulders. Number 6, paving road shoulders has statistically demonstrated capital cost effectiveness, reduced accidents, increased safety, and saved lives. For these reasons and many more, we support this Round the River proposal. Diane Fluke.
The next deputation is from Zeb and Gail Talek on item 13B. Dear Chatham-Kent Council, we live along the completed section of the river cycling route. When the route was being built in front of our house, I had some reservations about the cost versus the value it would offer to our citizens. This is not just a route for cycles. Even before this first section was finished, people began to appear as they walked this route. Cyclists use this route often, but because this old crooked path now is a road, it is not a safe route for walkers, joggers, and cyclists to use the uncompleted section. The section that is complete has changed the dimensions of this road. It is now a friendly walkway and not the very unfriendly remaining section. Simply put, the uncompleted section is not a safe place for walkers and cyclists. When the entire road is completed, I see a heavy use of cyclists, joggers, and walkers. I could see this route a great course for road races starting and finishing at City Hall. My wife and I strongly support the completion of this route around the river. Please approve its completion.
The next deputation is on item 13B and is from Mark Murray. I just want to express my full support for the completion of Phase 2, the 19.1 kilometer bike pedestrian trail along the River Road over the Prairie Striding Bridge and back to Kyle Drive, to be confirmed at Council on Monday, September 14th. If the high use of the trail recently constructed along Kyle Drive is any indication of the need for safe outdoor walking and biking trails during this time of required social distancing, then there should be no doubt of the need to complete this project. The construction of this trail has both health and quality of life and economic development benefit, as the trail will also accommodate the installation of fiber optic cable within the right-of-way, bringing much needed high-speed internet to a non-serviced area. All funding is in place, all government grant money is in place, and community support is in place. This is a win-win situation. Thank you, Mark Murray.
The next deputation is from Paul Roy with respect to item 13B. Mayor Darren and Chatham-Kent Council. I understand that on Monday night, you will be discussing the completion of the Round the River Trail. I sincerely hope to see that this project becomes a reality. Why this particular location? The construction of the trail has started and it needs to be completed. Municipal funds have been allocated in the past and a major donation and a grant have been received. The cost in dollars to be spent. I understand that the quotation received is far less than originally anticipated, and what a great opportunity to lay the fiber cable. The health benefit. The trail is close to the city. This will be the largest trail investment for this section of our municipality, maybe catering to well over 50,000 residents, and lots of new out-of-town homeowners are moving in every day. What a great addition to the benefits of living in Chatham-Kent. A beautiful ride or walk along a Canadian heritage river, picturesque and diverse farmland, historic locations and vistas, and a major improvement to the Tecumseh Parkway. And on a personal note, my wife and I have lived on Grand River Line for 50 years. For many years, like our neighbors, we have faithfully paid our municipal taxes. We have often cycled around the river, but no longer. There is more traffic, many heavy vehicles, and it is not safe. We would love to get back on our bicycles and the new path with a pit stop at the Tim on Kyle. And a club dream. Lastly, I am a proud charter member of Chatham Sunrise Rotary. Our club has committed funds to improving the environment for 22 years. Among these projects, the Sunrise Trail along Grand Ave West, daffodils, planting of trees, etc. In the early 2000s, we organized a few June bicycle rides around the river. We called them Round the River Ride, hoping to someday see the development of a trail. Now is the time to celebrate. Hopefully you will move ahead with this project on September 14, 2020. Yours sincerely, Paul Roy.
The next deputation is from Jennifer Johnstone regarding item 13B. To Mayor and members of Council, I am writing to you in support of the completion of the Round the River Trail. I have been an active cyclist for the past 15 years and have taken the route around the river many times. My sister and I often bike throughout Chatham-Kent along with our family and friends. I believe having the river trail completed will give all members of the community a safe place to be active while engaging with nature and the beautiful landscapes Chatham-Kent has to offer. The trail will also be an excellent tourism opportunity for the municipality, as cyclists from neighboring communities will have somewhere to come and be active while spending the day in Chatham-Kent. I have personally spent many weekends in the Leamington-Kingsville area with my family, using their multi-purpose trails to cycle on, all while shopping and dining in the community for the day. The completion of the Round the River will bring tourism to Chatham-Kent and will lead to a more active and healthy community for years to come. Thank you.
The next deputation is from Larry Duquette. I totally support the River Trail Phase 2. Chatham-Kent needs a safe place to ride our bikes for more than a kilometer or two. Bike sales have been historically high and many people are unable to purchase a new bike until next year. At the cost of this project, it is nothing but a win situation for Chatham-Kent, not to mention the health and economic benefits to our area. It would be nice to stay in Chatham-Kent instead of loading our bikes and driving out to other municipalities to use their bike paths and other amenities. I totally believe that this will also help draw people to our area to have a healthy lifestyle. Thank you for your time, Larry Duquette.
The next deputation is by Dave and Brenda Bote. Thank you for the opportunity to make a submission to Council regarding the investment in completing the walking biking trail along both sides of the Thames. I am a daily commuter along Grand River Line to the Jacob Side Road. There is an absolute and essential need for a bike lane along both sides of the river. The number of people using the road for walking, running, and bike riding makes for a very treacherous and daily drive. It is also obvious there has been a huge increase in usage of the roadway for recreation and fitness. This trend will most certainly increase as we attract new and younger residents to our community. I also own a farming operation and understand some of the impacts to property frontage. I recognize and respect the sensitivity from some property owners. That being said, I feel we need to put safety and health first. You have our full support to move forward with this important project. Dave and Brenda Bote.
The next deputation is from Joanne and Gerard Mallet, item 13B. Safe cycling routes are desperately needed in Chatham-Kent to promote a healthy lifestyle, provide recreation, and expand community involvement. As a homeowner and tax-paying resident of Chatham, we fully endorse the approval of the subject construction initiative. Thanks.
The next deputation is with regard to item 13B from Mike Lenover. To Mayor and CK Council, please consider this Round the River Trail as a great opportunity to improve the growth of Chatham-Kent economy. As an avid member of the Chatham-Kent Cycle Paths Club, I travel to many parts of North America, and many cities and municipalities have hundreds of kilometers of bike trails. In order to keep Chatham-Kent in step with other community, bicycle paths are needed. This proposed route has the potential to reduce accidents along the road, reduce the speed of vehicles, which is annoying to occupants along the river, improve safety on the road, improve high-speed internet installation, encourage Chathamites to ride their bikes along the river and improve their health, increase cyclist visits to Chatham. Don't pass up this opportunity. As they say in Trail of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. Thank you for your time and vote for this particular project. Sincerely, Mike Lenover.
The next deputation is regarding 13B from Enrico Magnani, to whom it may concern. I am Enrico Magnani and I live in Pancor. I often bike on Riverview Line and Grand River Line, both to go to work and for fun. A trail with a paved shoulder will make everything safer and more enjoyable. A proper trail will also encourage other people to embrace different means of transportation. I don't need to say that it will also promote a more active lifestyle, which will benefit all of us. Best regards, Enrico.
The next deputation is from Geoff Clement on item 13B. My name is Geoff Clement and I'm a resident in Chatham. I'm an avid road bike rider who often uses Grand River Line and River Road South Side. I typically ride these two roads 2 to 3 times per week. I will say up front that I do not support the trail as such. I simply don't think it would get enough use to justify the expense incurred to advertise it, although I often do see 4 to 5 riders on the roads. I am in very much favor of spending the money to properly pave the shoulders and widen where necessary. By properly, I mean complete reconstruction of the subbase and into at least 1 meter of the roadway. Just to grade and throw down a few centimeters of asphalt is not enough. The section is already done between Bear Line and 911 number 7828 is obviously unacceptable for use by people riding road bikes that have a narrow, high-pressure tires. The surface is very bumpy. This might be okay for someone riding a mountain bike or crossover that has soft tires and suspension. While this surface might be acceptable as to get off the road shoulder, it is by far unsuitable distance riding. Road bike riders typically travel around 25 to 35 kilometers per hour, not the 10 to 15 speed that most people seem to think bicycle travel at. Not only do the shoulders need proper construction, they need to be maintained regularly. By that I mean swept for every few weeks. Our tires are not built to withstand all the debris, stones, screws, bolts, and sticks I've often seen on the road edges. In fact, I go as far as stating that all roads with significant traffic similar to the River Road should all be equipped with proper paved shoulders. This would, without a doubt, save money overall and be much safer for everyone. Thank you.
And this is the final deputation with regards to item 13B from Ruth DeForges. I ask Council to please support Phase 2 of the Round the River Cycling Project. This submission indicates my support for the project. The Round the River project provides cyclists and long-distance walkers and runners with a safe route. The Round the River route is well used by cyclists, walkers, and runners. The route follows a scenic and heritage sites along the river. The route is part of the Waterfront Trail and the Trans-Canada Trail. This cycling, walking infrastructure promotes an active lifestyle and provides health and recreational tourism related benefits. Thank you, Ruth DeForges.
The next deputation is with respect to item 15A, the mask amending bylaw. This first one is by Dan Christians, the assistant pastor, and Rick Dresler, the senior pastor, both of Maple City Baptist Church. Dear Mayor Caniff and Chatham-Kent Council, we are writing with the hopes that you will be able to provide some further clarity regarding the mandatory mask bylaw in Chatham-Kent as it relates to churches and other places of worship. Our church, along with many others in Chatham-Kent, continue to heed the advice and regulations handed down from our federal, provincial, and now municipal governments. We have a plan in place for social distancing and sanitization, and the healthcare workers in attendance have been pleased with the way these policies have been formulated and instituted. Last week, we held our service inside at below 30% capacity, and all those present, aside from those with medical exemptions, wore a mask. There is no doubt that this practice impacted the service significantly, and we have received several comments about the perceived lack of common sense in what took place. The masks are a distraction for both the speaker and those listening, especially to parents who are attempting to keep masks on children who find masks uncomfortable and irritating, along with the rest of us. On August 15th, Drew Dilkins, Mayor of Windsor, clarified that masks in places of worship in his constituency ought to be worn as people enter and exit places of worship, but that once they were seated in their family groups with social distancing in place, they were allowed to remove their masks until the service was over. We see this clarification as a way to follow a bylaw intended to keep people safe with a common sense approach that does not hinder the worship service. We hope that we are requesting is not unreasonable. Restaurants ask patrons to wear masks indoors until they are seated, and then they can remove the mask to enjoy their meal. People are permitted to exercise in a gym and in group sports outdoors without wearing a mask. Removing a mask within a family group while seated and practicing social distancing is certainly less dangerous than those existing exemptions. The leadership of our church is committed to the safety of our people. We feel a great responsibility to ensure we are not putting anyone who attends in any unnecessary danger. We will respect the bylaw of our municipality and your decision on this matter. However, we respectfully ask you to consider our request. Thank you for your continued service and our community. Sincerely, Dan Christians and Rick Dressler.
The next deputation is from Robertor Salvatore Powers on item 15A. Hello. As a constituent, I would like to register my comments regarding the proposal to mandate physical distancing in the municipality. I object to this proposal. I am concerned that you will frustrate back to school plans. School boards already had to have plans approved by the school ministry and now the municipality. I'm especially concerned that you will effectively ban food service and many retail establishments from being able to operate at all. In light of the mandatory masking in the municipality, the notion that physical distancing must now also be mandated seems superfluous at best. Should municipal council proceed with the plan to mandate physical distancing, take notice that I intend to file an appeal through the Land Planning Appeal Tribunal of Ontario or related legal venue to seek to prevent this overreach. I think food services and other retail workers should be appalled, not villainized. By deputation, Robert Salvatore Powers.
Our next deputation is on item 15A by Rachel Presley and the Chatham-Kent Freedom Group. We would like to address the amendment requiring all operators of indoor public spaces to ensure the availability of alcohol-based hand sanitizer with an alcohol content of not less than 70% at all entrances and exits of the premises. To date, there are no hand sanitizers in Canada approved with COVID-19 related claims. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Health Canada has made it possible for certain products to be sold in Canada that may not fully meet regulatory requirements, including permitting the temporary use of technical grade ethanol in alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Technical grade ethanol contains more impurities than pharmaceutical ethanol, and Health Canada states the following risk statements must be included on their product labels. Under medical ingredients, ethanol, XX% technical grade. Under directions, adults only. Under warnings, do not use on broken or damaged skin. Not recommended if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Do not inhale. Include a statement for consumers. Report any incident to Health Canada. Under questions, call 1-866-234-2345 to report any adverse reaction. Hand sanitizers that contain unacceptable grades of ethanol or denatures that have not been reviewed for safety or efficacy. 2, unauthorized denaturants that have been found in hand sanitizers sold in Canada. Ethyl acetate, frequent use of hand sanitizers containing ethyl acetate may cause dry skin leading to irritation or cracking. Methanol, frequent use of hand sanitizers containing methanol may cause dermatitis, eye irritation, upper respiratory system irritation, nausea, and headaches. Alcohol is absorbed through the skin, and the toxicity levels depend on how much a person is exposed to. Overuse of the hand would be commonplace. And unfortunately, while experts can smell the difference between methanol and ethanol, most consumers wouldn't be able to detect this difference. However, methanol is not required to be listed in the ingredients. Methanol can be lethal at even fairly low doses. Ingestion of as little as 1.2 ounces can be deadly for a child, 2 to 8 ounces for an adult. Even if only applied to the skin, methanol can be absorbed, causing severe illness and nerve damage. In the USA, the FDA has identified and banned over 100 hand sanitizers that contain dangerous levels of methanol, a toxic substance that can cause nausea, nerve damage, and blindness when absorbed through the skin, and death if ingested. Methanol distillates are a common ingredient in antifreeze and racing fuel. Canada has identified only 64. The FDA also noted an increase of reports of accidental ingestion of hand sanitizer during the pandemic. U.S. Poison Control currently averages 85,000 calls per year regarding hand sanitizer. It advises to keep the product out of the reach of children. How will this be managed in stores where children will have free access to this? Cynthia Santos, a medical doctor from the CDC's National Center for Environmental Health, said there is a very high alcohol content present in alcohol-based hand sanitizers, which can contain up to 60% to 95% alcohol, and young children may inadvertently consume these hand sanitizers. The CDC reports adverse health effects were more likely to be reported for alcohol-based hand sanitizer exposure. Younger people are more susceptible to adverse reactions because there is not much glycerin in their liver. Common types of adverse health effects for alcohol-based hand sanitizers are ocular irritation, vomiting, conjunctivitis, oral irritation, cough, and abdominal pain, with rare effects including coma, seizure, hypoglycemia, metabolic acidosis, and respiratory depression. Will risk statements for warnings of toxic ingredients be provided by the manufacturer? Who will be responsible for checking and testing this in every store? How will this testing be performed, and by what method? In lieu of testing, we request that warnings be placed besides the hand sanitizer displays at both entrance and exits, warning of danger to public health and safety due to the potential containing allowing toxic levels of alcohol chemicals. Sincerely, Rachel Priestley and the Chatham-Kent Freedom Group.
The next deputation is by John A. Dawson, President of the Canadian Council of the Blind. With respect to item 15A, Dear Chatham-Kent Council, I'm writing to you because we have some concerns about your proposal bylaw for making it mandatory in public places to social distance. This proposal could cause major problems for the blind. Out of fear of being fined, you may not be able to find any help in grocery stores or retail outlets. For example, if I request help at the grocery store and the clerk renders services and does not social distance, are we liable under the proposed bylaw? Example 2, we need help, so we have a guide helping. Are we liable because we are not social distancing? Following foot traffic directions in stores. Floor markings indicating the proper flow of traffic down grocery and department store aisles may not always be noticed by us. Going against the flow of traffic is not our intention and may not be realized right away. Face masks present additional challenges to members of the blind, low vision community in these times. These include face masks can cause prescription eyeglasses and sunglasses to fog up, rendering them ineffective. This may place us at greater risk of accidents as we may not see as clearly as we ordinarily would when walking into retail outlets. I think unless there's a discussion around this and you bring up how there are certain circumstances that don't apply, we might be facing a huge hurdle in our daily lives. Thanking you in advance, John A. Dawson.
The next deputation is from Alice Lake and the Chatham-Kent Freedom Group. It is with regards to item 15A. Regarding the memo for proposed amendments to Bylaw 101-2020. Having read through the proposed amendments to Bylaw 101-2020, we would like to present questions and concerns for Council to consider. 1, the mask amending memo itself, and 2, the current COVID statistics of Chatham-Kent. First, we would like to address specific statements from the actual memo regarding the amendments provided by Dave Taylor Legal Services and April Reedike Human Services. These are the specific statements we ask you to clarify. Since the August 10th, 2020 meeting, administration has also received various requests for amendments to the bylaw from other community stakeholders. We would like to be provided with a list of who these stakeholders are and what various requests that may have been inflicted upon us. Overall, since the implementation of this bylaw, the community has responded positively. We would like to know what statistical studies, polls, or surveys this opinion was based on, as thousands of us consider this anything but positive. While there's a growing body of scientific evidence supporting the use of masks as assisting in reducing the spread of COVID-19, we would like actual scientific studies and data to back this statement up. We are unaware of any scientific studies or data to support that claim because no such data exist. We would consider any scientific data you can provide. Alternately, we are attaching a small list with 7 links to actual scientific studies, along with clinical results disputing this. Council, you were given the attachment in your email. Every scientific study completely supports Dr. Colby's original stance that masks do not work, and none support the opinions of the non-doctors in council or the legal services team. Second, with regard to our current COVID statistics, we state empathetically that none of these measures, including the original bylaw these amendments address, are reasonable or justified. We have 2 active cases, now 100% increase since the mask bylaw went into effect. Funny how that happens. And neither are institutional or workplace related. We have 0 hospitalizations and only 2 deaths in over 7 months, both having serious underlying medical conditions. This is not a pandemic. Chatham-Kent averages 262 vehicular accident deaths in the same 7-month period. We do not need the government to set dangerous or unacceptable precedents by forcing us to take any action with our own bodies for the safety of others, specifically when drugs, alcohol, and abortion are considered essential services. There have been 365 cases. At what point will you consider the quality of life for the remaining 109,254 residents you were elected to represent? Yes, COVID can be very deadly for a few people, but so can peanuts and shellfish. We cannot spread our lives hiding, muzzled, and in fear. Even the CDC has admitted that only 6% of their COVID deaths were actually COVID, while 94% have an average of 2.6 underlying life-threatening medical conditions. Our positive test results are 0.015%, and that assumes 100% accuracy, which we all know is not the case. Further, what medical qualifications do any of you have that would override the authority of our chief medical officer? If we don't follow his advice, why do we even bother to have him and pay him? Those of you who voted yes should be ashamed of yourselves for your sanctimonious moral superiority. Our businesses are closing, our economy is paralyzed, people are deemed unessential, jobs are lost, medical treatment has been denied to not overburden our empty hospitals. Medical health issues are skyrocketing. People are encouraging to snitch, ridicule, and bully their friends and neighbors. This devastating divide in our community will far-reaching and long-lasting, and unless and until our mayor and council stop playing politics and open their eyes to what is really happening, it is only continue to get worse. We implore you to not take further restrictive measures and to provide optional choice to those already in place. Thank you.
The next deputation was with regard to item 15A, and it is from Rose White. My name is Rose White. I reside in Shrewsbury. I would like to share my thoughts concerning the mask amending bylaw 15A in social distancing. I can't wear a mask because of my medical condition. I'm not afraid of getting a virus, as I learned in college that there were over 250,000 identified strains of cold and flu virus. Most importantly, I learned that once you get one, you develop antibodies and you wouldn't get it again. What does scare me is the possibility of being bullied, assaulted, or even killed for not being able to wear a mask. I have already been bullied by a cashier in a Canadian Tire store. I was told that I wouldn't be allowed back in the store without a mask. I told her that I have a medical condition. She said it didn't matter. They are privately owned and they could deny me service. She stated that I needed another person to shop for me. My concern is the harm social distancing will cause to our nervous system and our hearts. Studies show magnetic signals generated in the heart have the capacity to affect individuals around us. Even our thoughts are viewed as electromagnetic. The nervous system acts as an antenna, which is used to respond to the magnetic field produced by the hearts of other individuals. This is called energetic communication. Data shows it is impossible for the magnetic signals radiated by the heart of one individual to influence the brain rhythms of another at conversational distance. Before your thoughts can change the world, they must change you. Social distancing is not the answer. We need education, not enforcement. The number one killer is heart disease, causing 25% of all deaths. We know that the processed foods, smoking, and drinking are detrimental to our heart health, but we do not see governments banning fast food and processed foods, tobacco, and alcohol. As a child, I was very ill with congenital heart failure and remember having tonsillitis at age 8 and having to crawl because I was too weak to walk. I had a cardiac arrest at the ages of 2, 6, 11, and 17 years old. It was strangers who revived me with mouth to mouth. Not sure how this works with social distancing. As sick as I was, my father said to my mom, "She can't live in a glass house. We cannot live in fear. Life is about living and the human connection." When I was born in 1962, the doctors told my parents there was nothing they could do for me. Take me home and love me. I wasn't expected to survive. But here I am, 58 years later, on my 11th pacemaker. I have survived longer than anyone in the world and hold the record for pacemaker implants. Big part of the reason is my healthy immune system. We all live on borrowed time. How you spend it can change the world. Today, I ask you to be brave and bold and use your position to do the right thing. We can all be the pacemaker, set the pace, and restore the heartbeat to the people. Rose White.
The next deputation is by Kim Isles with respect to item 15A. Good day. This is the first you have heard from me directly to the council chambers since this whole pandemic arose. As I'm sure you are aware, I have promoted and contributed to health and wellness in Chatham-Kent for 30 years. My first health food store opened in 1993, and my Wellness with Kim radio show has been on all local radio stations since 2005, and connection to hundreds of naturopathic doctors, researchers, and those affiliated with Health Canada. In regard to the commercial availability of hand sanitizers for all retail public venues, I have been not recommending these products to the general public since they first came into fashion during the H1N1 outbreak. Many studies after study has shown how dangerous this can be. The number one concern I want you all to understand is the absorption into the bloodstream of these highly toxic chemicals. One only has to understand the mechanism of action of pharmaceutical drugs in patch form. Everything from pain medication, heart medication, smoking cessation, and more can be delivered throughout the body by the transdermal application. Then there is the connection to addiction relapse that occurs with the use of alcohol-based ingredient on the skin. As you know, Chatham-Kent leads the province in alcohol and other addictions. Are you prepared to rubber stamp your approval of the use of these? Are you prepared to increase our addiction rates? Not to mention the myriad of all health conditions that CK leads the province in, which have liver damage at their root. I strongly disagree with the use and especially the unsupervised use of these toxic chemicals. I feel that if our municipal council chooses to mandate their use or their presence in all venues, this will lead to a compliant use and disregard to the strong warnings that are attached to them. I'm sure you have been inundated with emails, so I will merely ditto all of the others, but from a health promoter perspective, I will continue to warn people of the dangers of these products. Sincerely yours and with gratitude, Kim Isles.
Okay, and we have final two deputations with regards to item 18E, which is the long grass and weeds bylaw change. This next one is from Larry Cornelius, Sydenham Field Naturalist. Hello, Council. Sydenham Field Naturalists is the only naturalist organization in Chatham-Kent with members spread throughout the municipality. SFN is a registered nonprofit organization whose members aim to preserve and enjoy the natural heritage of Chatham-Kent and the surrounding communities. The SFN has been instrumental in protecting several local ecologically significant properties. SFN supports the long overdue change to the municipal long grass and weeds bylaw to provide opportunity for ecologically minded homeowners, landowners to create natural landscapes and gardens incorporating native grasses and wildflowers. Natural landscapes planted with native plants address numerous issues facing humanity today. Everything from a local habitat loss, climate change, supporting endangered species, and pollinator crisis, songbird declines, and so on can be addressed in some way by integrating ecological function into the home landscape with native plants. Nature has been virtually eliminated from much of our regional landscape. The front lines of protecting and supporting nature are now on our front and back doors. We need our home landscapes, schoolyards, city parks, commercial properties, roadways, and utility corridors to do more for nature and be better ecologically. Changing the long grass and weed bylaw will be the first step at allowing people to incorporate native grasses and wildflowers into their landscapes. CFN encourages and supports ecologically minded individuals with information on creating natural landscapes with native plants through indoor seminars, outings, native garden tours, and pamphlets and articles. Together, we can make a measurable difference. Thank you for your time and consideration, Larry Cornelius.
And the last deputation this evening is from Mike Smith, who lives at 22-101 80 Shad Road in North Buxton. It is also with respect to item 18E. Dear Mayor Caniff and Council, I'm writing today to express my support for changes to Chatham-Kent's long grass and weed bylaw to allow for approved and properly managed naturalization projects within our municipality. While I appreciate that the intent of the bylaw is to ensure a minimum outdoor maintenance standard, in its current form, it is being used to reverse environmental stewardship activities that the municipality has otherwise identified as desirable. Our urban and rural yards, parks, and community spaces could be utilized to provide ecosystem services like carbon sequestration, aiding the pollination of conventional crops, and even helping to address pressing issues for our community, like mitigating flood and erosion. Incorporating more native trees and plants into our community landscapes is a goal that has been identified in multiple council priorities, as well as the Natural Heritage Implementation Strategy. There are many benefits associated with increased natural wildlife habitat and tree cover within a community. Healthy natural spaces lead to healthier people, which increases quality of life and drives community desirability, population growth, and economic development. The lack of tree cover in Chatham-Kent has been an issue that Council has been trying to address for years, and it's my opinion that private landowners are our best bet for hitting our tree planting and reforestation goals. In fall 2019, I purchased a 1.15 acre parcel in North Buxton with the intention of naturalizing the property. Working with a native species biologist and in consultation with our Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority, I have put together a 10-year restoration plan for the property with the end goal of establishing a rare hickory oak savanna habitat. This project has received a grant from Forests Ontario and is certified by the Canadian Wildlife Federation. In spring 2020, I planted over 500 native tree species and have been properly maintaining them as per LTVCA guidelines all summer, a process that includes installing 2-foot circles of wood chip mulch around each tree and keeping weeds and grass from encroaching on the sapling trees. Outside of these 2-foot areas around each tree, I had been letting the lawn grow to facilitate the growth of native shrubs like dogwoods and high brush cranberries that were coming up via seeds from the neighboring woodlot. In addition to trees, the restoration plan also calls for the planting of a 50% native tall grass and 50% native flower seed mix to provide ground cover around the tree clusters. The initial prairie seeding is planned for the fall of 2020. Additional prairie seeding and tree planting activities will occur on an annual basis in accordance with the 10-year restoration plan. In early June, I was served with a notice from Public Works that our back lawn had been subject to a bylaw complaint from a neighbor. I was given the options of mowing it all or installing a 150-foot long fence hedge to provide a visual barrier between ourselves and the neighbor in question. It was at this point that I reached out to Councillor Thompson to start the discussion about amending this bylaw. I have mowed the entire property about once a month for the past 3 months to avoid ongoing issues with the neighbor, but I would have to drastically alter my future plans for the site if all vegetation will be limited to 8 inches by this bylaw going forward. Again, I want to stress that I appreciate that this bylaw is about maintaining property standards. However, all of our neighboring municipalities, Windsor, London, Sarnia, provide a clause in their long grass and weed bylaws that exempts naturalization activities from enforcement orders to mow. The City of London and the City of Sarnia share similar language in their grass bylaws and exempt naturalized areas from enforcement. Naturalized areas are defined in both those communities as, quote, a portion of a lot where a lawn or perennial garden previously maintained by the owner, which has been allowed to reestablish a reproducing population of native species through a combination of natural regeneration and deliberate plantings of species or other species to emulate a natural area, end quote. This is not about allowing people to just put away their mowers and leave their yards to go wild with weeds and the non-native grasses usually found in lawns. This change is about permitting people who are willing to put in the time, energy, and money to give back to CK by using our land to support wildlife habitat in a community that desperately needs it. The LTVCA works so hard to educate people about the importance of these areas of natural habitat and provides funding and guidance for establishing these types of projects. It is extremely disheartening, not to mention a huge misuse of resources, when this bylaw is used to reverse those activities and destroy established projects in the name of maintaining monoculture, non-native turf lawns. It is my hope that Council will support amending the long grass and weeds bylaw to allow dedicated citizens of CK to naturalize their properties so we can all realize the many benefits that will follow. Thank you for your time and consideration. Mike Smith.
Okay, we'll proceed on to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, you want to walk us through that?
Sure. So Council, we have 9 reports that are actually requested to be pulled for more in-depth conversation. And just to be more informative to Council, as per our last Council meeting, I will read out which ones are pulled and who has pulled them. So we will be pulling 12B by the request of Councillor Latimer and Councillor Kirkwood-White. We will be pulling 13B at the request of Councillor Thompson. We will be pulling 14A at the request of Councillor Harrigan, Thompson, Latimer, Kirkwood-White, and Crew. We'll be pulling 15A at the request of Councillor Bondi, Harrigan, Thompson, and Brock McGregor. We'll be pulling number 16A by the request of Councillor Finn, 16B at the request of Councillor Kirkwood-White, 17B at the request of Councillor Kirkwood-White, 17D, and that is due to a conflict that one of the Councillor Solomon has. And the last one is report 18E, which is the notice of motion of Councillor Thompson. He's requested that that be pulled. Just because those councillors have pulled it doesn't mean that there couldn't be questions from other councillors. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion? Can I get Councillor Sakachi and Councillor McGrail to approve the consent agenda?
So moved, Mayor Caniff.
Seconded.
Okay, any questions? Hearing none, we'll put it to vote.
Waiting for one more. And remind all councillors to hit submit after they vote. All votes are in. Motion passes. Mr. Chair, we are moving on to 12B, shelter services location change.
Okay, Councillor Hall and Councillor Finn, can I get you to put it on the floor, please?
So moved, Mayor Kenneth.
So seconded.
Okay, Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you, through the mayor. I wasn't so much going to comment on this particular report as much as ask it to be a background to the FCM notification that came through to all our councillors this past Thursday, in which FCM is proposing a new federal funding initiative and partnership to help nonprofit community housing providers rapidly acquire, renovate, and retrofit buildings to meet our desperately needed affordable and supportive housing across our country. So I had sent in a resolution that I would be asking council to support tonight. And I've sent that ahead. Can you put that up, Judy or Meredith?
Yes, we can. I guess just there's a motion on the floor right now just to receive for information. And then once we receive that, then we can put yours up and vote on your motion.
Perfect.
Mayor Caniff, we'll just do a show of hands for the receiving of the report.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood-White, did you have any questions related to this before we put it to vote for the hand?
Your worship, I was going to second the motion that Councillor Latimer is going to present, and I also have a comment.
All right, is there anyone opposed to this? Seeing none, well, we'll go back to you, Councillor Latimer.
Alrighty, I think they're putting up the resolution right now.
Yes, we'll get it up on the screen. There you go.
Okay, so whereas COVID-19 has exposed the sheer vulnerability of Canadians who lack decent, affordable, and safe housing, and whereas today's market conditions create a unique, effective opportunity to respond urgently, yet permanently expanding Canada's affordable and supportive housing supply as a first step toward the more comprehensive housing solutions needed to support Canada's post-COVID recovery. And where Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation forecasts that a range of suitable buildings will be coming up for sale at reduced prices, therefore be it resolved that administration immediately engage in discussions with Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC, and Federation of Canadian Municipalities to pursue funding and building acquisition opportunities for affordable and supportive housing. And I wanted to thank you for or Dr. Ruddick for helping me construct and compose this resolution. I think it's really important, especially that we get this out as quickly as possible, and we direct our staff to immediately engage in this endeavor. It's crucial. We've got winter coming up, and the FCM is actively lobbying like both caucuses in the legislature, both provincial and federal. And I would also ask that if this is passed tonight by our council, that we share it with our MPPs and MPs so that they can lobby with us as well.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood, will you second that?
I will, thank you.
And you had a comment as well?
I do, and my comment has to do with commending Polly and her team and all of the community partners who have been meeting every Thursday morning since April to work together to try and solve as best as possible this issue that we're dealing with our homeless population. I just wanted to say thank you to Polly and her team, to Chantel and Josh and the whole team. They've just been working so hard, and it's not been an easy task for them. There have been a lot of comments for and again, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Waiting for one more. Still waiting for one. Please remember to hit submit. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, we'll go to item 13, tender awards.
13B, RFP award R20-235, Round the River Recreational Trail, Phase 2 construction.
Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Sakachi, can I get you put on the floor, please?
More than happy to move both recommendations.
Considered it, seconded, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, questions. Councillor Thompson.
No real questions, Your Worship. I was just looking forward to bringing this forward to everybody's attention. I want to say thank you to the Trails Committee for putting in all of the deputations. I think it's very rare that we see those many all those deputations come forward in support. And I think even the one that was somewhat opposed was opposed that we weren't going far enough. So looking forward to everybody's support and finishing off this this trail. It's been a long time coming. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Council, again, we're waiting for one person to vote, so please make sure that you hit yes or no and hit submit. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes.
Item 14, Chatham-Kent Police Service.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a presentation from the Chatham-Kent Police Services, CCTV, the Downtown Chatham Proper Project Bird's Eye View, a presentation by Chief Gary Kahn. Chief Kahn, are you there?
I am, Madam Clerk. Can you hear
Great.
me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and ladies and gentlemen. I actually have a few presentations to provide tonight, so I will get started with the first one being actually a Chief's commendation. I usually present these at our Police Services Board meetings, but thought it would be most appropriate to provide it here tonight, as the recipient is a counselor, and that counselor is Amy Finn. So with your permission, Mr. Mayor, I would like to read what has warranted this commendation.
Please do.
On Saturday, June 27th of this year, frontline officers from the Chatham-Kent Police Service were requested to attend an address in Chatham to check on the well-being of a female. Information received from the caller was that the resident was suffering from paranoia and anxiety. Further information received was that the resident didn't trust or like the police. Police attended and observed that all the lights inside and outside of the residence were on and that all interior window curtains had been drawn. Police knocked on the door and windows and made call-outs to the residents for over 15 minutes with no response. Multiple call-outs were performed and the resident refused to answer the door or present herself at a window to show that she was all right. The resident eventually called 911 from within the residence and attempts were made with her to present herself so police could check on her well-being. The female resident continued to make hostile and hallucinogenic claims to the officers who were on scene. Police were able to make entry into the residence. However, the female barricaded herself in a bathroom and refused to exit to confirm that she was in good health. The house could be best described as that of one with a hoarding type lifestyle. The home and overall conditions were just deplorable. The female indicated that she would not come out and that she would only speak with retired CKPS officer Amy Finn, now a municipal councillor. Finn was contacted and advised that she was familiar with the female and was agreeable to attend the residence. Finn attended and spoke in a calm and reassuring manner to the female and was able to gain her trust, which convinced the female almost after 3 hours of police interaction to exit the bathroom and allow medical professionals to examine her. Paramedics had concerns with the health of the female due to her high blood pressure and mental well-being. Although initially refusing to attend the hospital, the female agreed with Finn and attended the hospital to be checked further. The officers on scene, while doing a great job at attempting to assist this female, provided a great deal of credit and appreciation to Councillor Finn for taking the time to attend and speak with the female, who was in obvious physical and mental distress. In the end, the result was that this female received the care she required, and it was due, in large part, to the tremendous effort Amy Finn afforded in this instance. For your actions, you are being recommended, Councillor Finn, for a Chief's commendation in regards to your dedication, professionalism, commitment, and community-oriented partnerships. And it is further my pleasure to publicly recognize you for your selfless actions. Well done, Councillor Finn. All I would ask, Councillor Finn, is that you slide by headquarters. I think you know where that is, and attend the office of the chief, and I will be very pleased to present the hard copy of the chief's commendation to you.
Thank you.
Councillor Finn, would you like to say anything? That's pretty amazing.
It's a career that you never leave when you leave that door. That's all I can say.
Well, thanks for what you did, Councillor Finn. Thanks for what you continue doing.
Thanks.
Well said, Councillor Flynn. I guess once it's in the blood, it's always in the blood. Moving right along, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I will provide an overview in regards to the SEPTED audit, which I believe all councillor members have a copy of. I am not going to go through this entire report as it is 51 pages long. Suffice it to say that it is a very complete and thorough SEPTED, which is Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design audit for the entire downtown core of Chatham proper. I also wish to extend an appreciation and thank you to the authors of this report, both Sergeant Doug Cowell and Acting Sergeant Lynette Hodder, who spent surmountable amount of time in drafting said report. I have not publicly shared this document because although it provides many recommendations for target hardening of both business and municipal property, it also displays vulnerable and susceptible areas for both business and municipal property. That being said, I will go through the conclusion and share this report with the BIA. The BIA in turn can then share with business proprietors. So the crime prevention through environmental design is an important component of a comprehensive approach to crime prevention. The basis of SEPTED is using physical and environmental design to help control crime. Areas of focus that require additional attention is lighting, trimming of trees, shrubs, and making minor repairs. As well, keeping storefronts clear by showing ownership to the area will enhance the entire downtown core. We completed actually 3 of these over the years, one back in 2006, 2012, and 2020. The differences between all 3 of them, certainly for this one anyway, is that this report included a daytime audit as well as a nighttime audit in order to capture all aspects of crime prevention strategies, as well as aerial photos, which were captured by using our drone. A comparison was made from the 2012 SEPTED audit to the 2020 SEPTED audit, and any areas that still needed attention were documented in said report. So in summation, I would stress that at the core of any SEPTED audit is the emphasis that local councils, planners, developers, police agencies, and homeowners all have a role to play in helping protect their community and themselves from crime. For SEPTED to be effective, it needs to be encouraged and promoted within existing planning efforts, considered early in any new development process, and consistently acted upon through a regulated policy and enforcement framework. I will add, Mr. Mayor, that there are issues which are contained within this report that have remained issues for the last, well, since our first SEPTED audit, 2006, so 14 years now. And that includes some of the municipal property as well. Municipal properties such as the Capitol Theatre, Thames River Boardwalk, some of the municipally owned infrastructure, for example, some of the sidewalks, lights, etc. And finally, some suggestions in regards to target hardening for Zonta Park as well. So barring any questions or concerns, Mr. Mayor, that is all I have for the SEPTED audit.
Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm just going to speak about the SEPTED concerns, and I was involved in a couple of those audits, and I was really surprised when I read that this report that some of those things were still outstanding. So I've sent this motion to Meredith, and so I would like to make a motion that we refer this SEPTED audit report to staff to address all municipal property concerns identified in the report and report back to council in 6 months with an update on the status of these issues. That's my motion.
Councillor B. McGregor, you want to second that?
Happy to second.
Okay, Councillor Crew.
That's all I have on that particular issue. I think the chief has other things to speak about. I guess we need a vote on that, right?
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll pop it up and put it for vote.
We need 3 more, council. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, Chief, you want to continue on?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Crew, thank you for that motion. Carrying on with our CCTV proposal project, the purpose of the report, and I believe everyone has a hard copy of the report. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to blast through this report and basically go over some of the highlights. This is a rather lengthy report as well. It's approximately 30 pages, but I will go over some of the highlights and then I will open it up for questions after I've given a kind of 25,000 foot view of this report. So starting on page 1, Mr. Mayor, the purpose of the report is to request council to approve the implementation of surveillance cameras located within the downtown Chatham proper core of our municipality. The CKPS CCTV program is a proactive local solution modeled on successful networks in other municipalities to enhance community well-being and assist the Chatham-Kent Police Service with solving crimes, both violent and non-violent crimes, and complex social disorders. I'll be moving on to page 2, Mr. Mayor, under comments for safe and vibrant downtown. It stands to reason that a successful downtown revitalization strategy must include programs to ensure that there is a safe and positive environment for visitors, residents, and business property owners. The installation of video cameras is one of the ways we are requesting to enhance the safety of our downtown area and maintain a thriving and vibrant core. There have been several proposed solutions for reducing the disturbances and complex social disorders in the downtown core area. Some of the recommended programs included, number 1, increasing the number of zones and cars within the downtown area. Number 2, increasing the number of foot patrol officers in the downtown area. And number 3, and final, purchasing and installing a closed circuit television system for the downtown. The last option, CCTV, is the most fiscally prudent solution. This is not the first time we have used CCTVs. The Chatham-Kent Police Service has successfully implemented a surveillance camera registry whereby residents can voluntarily register their security camera, and those are both residential or commercial locations, and contact information with us through our secured website. We currently have 192 privately owned cameras registered with our surveillance camera registry program. And if you look on page 3 of the report, the actual photo there depicts where the vast majority of those cameras are located. And as one can appreciate, the vast majority of those cameras are located in Chatham proper and Wallaceburg as well. Moving on to page 4. As you can imagine, business owners have indicated at numerous BIA Chamber of Commerce meetings to the Chief of Police and the Mayor's office their concerns surrounding these matters, including the negative effect it has had on their respective businesses, as well as the overall aesthetics, optics of our downtown core area. I have provided some of those comments below within the report. I won't go through them. They're pretty self-explanatory. Tomorrow morning, I will be presenting a business case to the Police Services Board for the approval of a BPU, which actually stands for a bike patrol unit for the downtown core, special events, and parades. This will augment our community mobilization unit, general patrol, and said proposed CCTV program. I will talk more about this at the conclusion of this report. But I'm certain that Mr. and Mrs. Penner will be very pleased with the implementation of this bike patrol unit. Moving on to page 5. On page 5, there is statistical information relevant to determining whether a security system is necessary. You will see there is a breakdown. There's actually a pie chart with the breakdown of prominent calls for service in our downtown core area. There are 12 pieces of that pie chart. And as you can see, the top 4 calls for service surround suspicious persons, property-related issues, unwanted persons, and drug offenses. Further, a monthly breakdown exhibits calls for service in the downtown core area on page number 6. And you can see that there are actually 2 bar charts there, one representing the months of 2019, and then a further breakdown delving deeper into the calls for service, which are represented in the pie chart, but taking a look at the trends from 2017, 18, and 19. As you can see, we are trending. There has been an increase in calls for service in the downtown core area, which has spiked from 2017 to where we are in 2019, 2018, and we are currently tracking on the same trend for 2020, which is approximately 800 calls for service in the downtown core area. And there is a plethora of calls for service which are depicted in the report and within those bar charts. Moving on to page 7. We deal with the privacy protection guidelines, and here in Ontario, FIPA and MFIPA, FIPA stands for Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act, and MFIPA is Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection Privacy Act, set out the rules for the collection, use, and disclosure of personal information by institutions. These sections provide that no person shall collect personal information on behalf of an institution unless the collection is for, number 1, expressly authorized by a statute, number 2, used for the purpose of law enforcement, or number 3, necessary to the proper administration of a lawfully authorized activity. At least one of these 3 conditions must be met in order for you to have the legal authority to collect personal information. We satisfy all 3 of them. As per the definition of law enforcement in section 2 sub 1 of both FIPA and MFIPA, this can be either with respect to policing, investigations, or inspections that lead or could lead to proceedings in a court or tribunal if a penalty or sanction could be imposed in those proceedings. I'm now on page 8, Mr. Mayor. And under public notification, the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario, more commonly referred to as the IPC, recommends implementing the following conditions. Number 1, that signs with a clear, language-neutral graphical depiction of the use of video surveillance are prominently displayed at the perimeter of the monitored areas and at key locations within the areas. The signs should include basic information to clarify that video surveillance is being used in the area. Number two, the information required by the paragraphs contained both within FIPA and MFIPA are available and easily accessible on your institution's website. In our case, our website, Chatham-Kent Police website. If you turn to page number 9, I have a photo of what, a depiction of what the sign might look like. And all members of council can see that. Moving along, we move into lawful use, and I'm on now page 10 under the report. Basically, in the context of video surveillance, this means that as a rule, the Chatham-Kent Police Service may only use personal information collected by means of video surveillance for the purpose of the video surveillance program, which in our case is public safety, or for a consistent purpose such as law enforcement. Lawful disclosure. This deals with institutions providing video to us, that being the police. And video surveillance may be disclosed to a law enforcement agency from another institution when we can basically obtain it with a warrant, without a warrant, or if the party who lawfully owns the video consents to disclose it to us. So that's in regards to lawful disclosure to us being the police. Continuing on, once again, FIPA and MFIPA requires institutions to define, document, and put in place reasonable measures to prevent unauthorized access as well as inadvertent destruction or damage of records. All 4 of the below points contained within your respective reports are covered off in our procedures surrounding closed circuit televisions. So I won't go into all 4 of those points. Access of our video. Accordingly, our procedure will be in place to facilitate responses to access to information requests via our Freedom of Information Coordinator. Our video surveillance system will include the ability to remove or redact information from the video footage to protect exempted information by using tools and techniques such as blackening out or blurring images of individuals and removing the sound of voices, or limiting the camera view to exclude areas of private residences. So basically these cameras have screens which will be set and governed, and no one will be able to manipulate these cameras beyond the perimeters which are set, which are basically only to cover public domains, not to encroach upon private properties. The number of employees, or as our procedures and as we are referring to them as, operators who have access to the images will be limited and clearly defined who should have access and in what circumstances and for what purposes. Chatham-Kent Police Service procedures will require all video surveillance retained for law enforcement purposes to be disposed of according to the following timelines. So number 1, for all charge-related matters, once the appeal period has passed at the conclusion of each court case. Number 2, for all other matters, for example, unsolved crimes, 1 year plus 1 day after the information was used. Or finally, in the context of video surveillance, personal information used whenever footage that contains images of individuals or suspects or other identifiable information is accessed or disclosed. Therefore, if we access or disclose video surveillance footage, as a rule, it is important that CKPS retain it for at least 1 year. However, simply viewing a live feed does not represent a use of personal information. IPC recommends that video that has not been used be retained for a maximum of 72 hours. Our procedure will dictate that we will only retain not used video for a maximum of 72 hours. After that, the system will automatically record over it. So if we use it, the first 2 points are applicable. However, if we do not use it, it will basically only be stored for a maximum of 72 hours or 3 days, and then the system will automatically, as I stated, re-record over it. I'm on page 12 now, Mr. Mayor, and looking at security. In regards to security, we will put in place reasonable measures to safeguard the video surveillance footage in our custody or under our control. This required security will be accomplished by, and there are 9 bullet points contained within your reports. I'm not going to go into all 9 of those. Suffice it to say, we take this very seriously, and all said video will be secured to the full extent. Continuing on, in dealing with monitors and storage servers, all infrastructure will be stored within the secured Chatham-Kent Police Service headquarters here at 23 3rd Street. Designated members at the Chatham-Kent Police Service headquarters will only passively and intermittently monitor the CCTV system. I do not have the resources to monitor it 24/7, 365 days a year, at least not right now. Operators or designated members will be trained very thoroughly to access the CCTV system as a tool for law enforcement purposes in the prevention, detection, suppression of crimes, apprehension of criminals, and promotion of public safety. So the people who we are planning on training to be operators will be our front desk officers, all police staff sergeants, some sergeants, our detective sergeant, and only these people will be trained to export, copy, write, including also our Freedom of Information officer, or I should say our coordinator, in regards to recorded video. Carrying on page 13, we are recommending that prior to using video surveillance, we will educate the public through social media, traditional media, and our local website at www.ckpolice.com on the CCTV program's necessity, impact, and location of cameras. Carrying on, the privacy impact assessment. FIPA and MFIPA do not require that institutions complete a PIA or privacy impact assessment. However, it is a best practice in Ontario. So carrying out a PIA does not need to be complex or time consuming, but thoroughness is necessary to ensure that potential privacy risks are identified and mitigated. As a result, we have completed 1 PIA for each of the 6 locations, and they are attached as Appendix A, and that is included within the report. I'm not going to go through all of those. Suffice it to say that they were completed thoroughly, and they basically review that we have exhausted all other preventative measures in regards to not only the CCTV, but other crime prevention measures and devices that we have at our beckoning. Carrying on to page 14, we deal with policies and procedures. I wish to assure you, Mr. Mayor, that we have developed 17 pages worth of policies and procedures in regards to the CCTV training. Once again, our service, the personnel will receive, those who are going to be designated as operators will receive training on their roles and responsibilities to achieve an effective and compliant video surveillance program. Lesson plans and PowerPoint presentations have been developed in this regard. In respect to audits, we will audit the roles, responsibilities, and practices of our video surveillance programs annually to ensure that they comply with our policies and procedures. And we are further recommending that we create a community advisory committee to provide advice with respect to the operations of the CKPS CCTV program, with the primary goal of enhancing community safety. So I would recommend that, you know, the committee would consist of 5 people, 2 members from our service and 3 from the public. Carrying on to page 15. On page 15, you can see a diagram showing the relay points for data from camera to camera and eventually back to our police headquarters. As you can see, it's depicted well within the diagram. These cameras are of line of sight. There are 6 identified intersections for CCTV camera locations, and they are King and 3rd, King and 4th, King and 5th Street, King and 6th Street, King and William, and finally Wellington Street and 4th Street. This section of King Street and the downtown core area that we are referring to can be supported by an analysis of both the 2019 crime mapping data and motor vehicle collision reporting information provided in this report. I am proposing, carrying on to page 16, Mr. Mayor, I am proposing that this pilot project be implemented in phases. And as you can see, there are 3 phases. The first phase would be the installation of the 6 cameras. The second phase would be a statistical crime and calls for service analysis, which would be completed to review and report to the Police Services Board and Council on the results in 1 full year of going live with this project. Finally, phase 3 is the potential expansion of this program to further hamlets within the municipality of Chatham-Kent, including perhaps even commercial industrial locations. The system is a wireless, independent, standalone system, not tied into any of the current police systems, which would alleviate any possible breaches of security. In regards to consultation, many people were consulted in regards to the development of this report, and those people and entities, including the BIA, Chamber of Commerce, are all contained within this report. Looking at financial implications, should council choose to proceed with this partnership, the cost of the project is approximately somewhere between 60 and 80,000, including the supply, labor, taxes, and installation of the 6 cameras. This will obviously need to go through an RFP process in order to provide us with a supplier. We would also request council consider funding to assist with additional phases of the program if the pilot is successful and council requests expansion of its use. So in conclusion, Mr. Mayor, and through you to members of council, a safe, secure, and vibrant downtown will provide a canvas for economic development. Installation of CCTVs is but one element in a variety of factors that will provide that positive and safe atmosphere. Let me be abundantly clear that there is no one panacea which is going to resolve our concerns. Instead, a holistic, multi-intervention approach is going to be required. Over the last 6 months, during a worldwide pandemic and some very challenging times for our profession, the policing profession, we have implemented multiple solutions. These have included increased mobile patrols, a complete SEPTED audit for the entire downtown core, which included recommendations for target hardening of property and identifying some of the more vulnerable locations as well. We further augmented our frontline officers with auxiliaries to conduct foot patrols in the downtown over the weekends. And tomorrow morning, I will be presenting, as I indicated earlier, a business case to the Police Services Board for a bike patrol unit. This unit will contain 10 officers, 2 per platoon, and a couple backups to conduct patrols in the downtown, attend special events and parades. Finally, I am hoping that council will provide me with the final piece to complete my puzzle, and that is to support CCTVs for this project. CCTV camera programs have been in use for a number of years in various cities, including Windsor, London, St. Thomas, Sudbury, Cornwall, Orillia, Hamilton, Waterloo, Niagara, Trenton, Brockville, Toronto. We need only examine some of the more pronounced cases where CCTVs were instrumental for investigative purposes. For example, such as the Boston Marathon, London Bridge terrorist stabbings, and the list goes on, to appreciate just how significant and invaluable these devices truly are. Now, some people say to me, well, Chief, you know, those were terrorist incidents that you referred to, and we don't have those here in Chatham-Kent. You have nothing to worry about in that regard. My response to those comments is, as the Chief of Police, I get paid to worry when there is apparently nothing to worry about. In addition, this is about prevention and being proactive, not playing the odds and waiting to be reactive. Now, all that being said, I cannot guarantee that CCTVs are going to decrease crimes or complex social disorders, but what I can guarantee is that it will deter these actions, enhance community safety, provide a great investigative tool, and deliver more conclusive, not circumstantial evidence for court purposes when our officers make an arrest and lay charges. Mr. Mayor, before I open it up to council for questions, I would like to hear from Chief Case on this matter, as he has lived and worked as an emergency responder in a country, England, which have had these devices in place for decades now. So I believe his opinion may shed a little more light on this topic for council. With your permission, Mr. Mayor, Chief Case, if you might share your thoughts on these devices.
Thank you, Chief. With your permission, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please go ahead.
I echo the comments of Chief Con. The most important part that I would suggest to council is the fact that he stresses that the use of such technology only is effective as part of in conjunction with a good community safety plan. The provision of cameras alone does not do this. It has to be a tool that allows officers to get the best evidence into court. And I would also stress that when I've looked at some of the privacy concerns, at the moment we're not talking about active monitoring. So there's not a person watching people walking down the street. This is only utilised if and when a crime is committed. And on a personal point of view, I've utilised such images on a number of occasions to ascertain prosecutions and to deal with some quite serious offenders. So I'll just throw those comments in for the debate, and thank you for your time, sir.
Okay, Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'd like to move the recommendations to start with, recommendation 1 and 2, and then I have a couple comments.
Okay, Councillor Latimer, did you want to second that?
Yeah, consider it second.
Thank you.
Okay, get back to you, Councillor Crew.
I don't have much to say because I think both the chiefs have covered it. I just, as the council rep on the Chatham BIA, Historical Downtown BIA, I want to make sure that their support is noted in this. And local businesses outside of that BIA area. This has been in the works for many, many years. And, you know, it's part of that community safety and well-being. And, you know, a lot of the complaints we get are from citizens complaining about issues in the downtown area. So I think that it's really important that we need to address these concerns. And I can't say it any better than both chiefs did. This is just one tool in the basket. And, you know, it takes all of these pieces, but we need to also have citizen involvement. And when we have the support of the BIAs, and they've been asking for this, and the support of council to make our communities safer, and feeling safe is just as important as being physically safe. So with that in mind, I'm happy to support this, and I encourage you to support it. The chief has done an amazing amount of work on this. It hasn't been just a year in the works. I think he has been working on this for several years, as I recall, working with Sergeant Gary Kahn back in the day. Anyway, but I'm going to yield the floor. We've talked enough and we've had a long night. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Councillor Kirkwood-White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of comments. I was interested to learn that there are 192 cameras that are registered. That seems like an awful lot of cameras. And I really struggled with this because it's too bad that we have to do this. But I did witness the value of security cameras when I participated in my ride along with the Citizen Police Academy. So I will be supporting the motion, although, as I said, it's sad that we have to go this route.
Councillor Harrigan?
Thank you. And thank you, Chief Khan, for your presentation. I had sent some questions in advance around studies talking about displacement, and certainly in your presentation, you noted that cameras do not necessarily, or you can't guarantee that cameras prevent crimes from happening. Can you share with us the comments that you had provided me around potential impacts of displacement and how CKPS anticipates kind of mitigating or integrating the use of cameras if this is successful into their operations?
Yes, certainly. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just actually, you just want to bear with me for one moment here. I want to make sure that I provide the same information that I provided to you, Councillor, in regards to that question surrounding the displacement of crime, or sometimes referred to as halo effect. Basically, this is quite common for most police initiatives. When we identify what we refer to as a hotspot via intelligence-led policing, we either saturate an area or implement other initiatives to address the concern. And through crime analysis, we normally confirm that at the end of the day, unfortunately, we have displaced the issue to another location. That may be the case here. However, what I would add is that in regards to, and specifically to your question, Councillor, because it surrounded the proximity of schools. And as we know, the Pines is relatively close to the downtown core area. But I would emphasize the fact that Although it may be the closest school to the downtown core, there is a natural barrier between the downtown core and the school, that being the Thames River. And historically and traditionally, the downtown core area is not an area that the students frequent during their lunch breaks. So I hope that has answered your question, Counselor.
Yes, thank you. And I guess I'm wondering, just from a like lived experience perspective, because there are some people or some residents who live on King Street. Are the cameras themselves, you know, like if you're walking down King Street, like let's say you're going for a jog in the morning, you're walking your dog, the cameras are something that would pick up that. Would they also pick up somebody coming and going into their home every day? Like, because there's not many cameras that we're purchasing. So I guess I'm just asking kind of about the caliber and the quality and what they zoom into in terms of just people feeling like there is a camera on them during their day-to-day lives. Sure.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the quality and the caliber of these cameras are impeccable. They have high definition. That being said, they are restricted. As I indicated in my report, there are screens. They will only capture public domain. And they will not be like officers, personnel here, even the operators themselves who are trained will not be able to manipulate the devices beyond those barriers or those screens into private domain. I can't emphasize the fact that it will only capture public domain.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and your responses.
Thank you.
Councillor Finn.
Thank you. Just one question. Councillor Harrigan covered most of mine. You said sound. How impeccable is that being picked up?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that varies on and is dependent upon a multitude of variables, or variables, I should say. It's dependent upon the weather. You know, if it's a calm, quiet day, obviously we'd be able to capture more. But for example, during a downpour, during windy periods, it's not as effective.
I guess my way of thinking is the general conversation isn't going to be picked up as easily as somebody screaming.
No, not at all, Councillor.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other question. Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question is more of a financial one. How come this isn't being covered 100% out of the police budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a joint partnership. And what I mean by that is we will monitor it, we will manage it. We have done a lot of the heavy lifting in regards to the research and preparation for the report, the policies and procedures, the training in regards to this project. That being said, the devices are going to be installed on municipal property. That is why I am here today, is seeking your permission in regards to it. That being said, though, I have submitted a request for a grant, provincial grant. The provincial government has just put out a grant for municipalities in regards to the CCTV program. They appreciate the effectiveness of these devices. And basically, I won't go through the entire grant. I have submitted the paperwork. I hope to hear something by the end of November, the beginning of December this year in regards to the grant. If we are successful, they will pay, or the grant will incur half of the costs associated to this project. So, and I used the worst case scenario, that being $80,000. So as a result, the grant would, if approved, would incur 40,000 of that 80,000. In respect to the other 40,000, I would defer to Mr. Quinton, Mr. Gord Quinton, who I have had conversation in regards to funding the remaining half of this project.
Thank you, Chief Khan, and thank you, Mayor Caniff. So this was not budgeted in either the 2020 Police Services Board budget or our 2020 municipal budget. So this is a new request mid-year. As Gary said, he's trying to get 50% grant funding for it. So we're looking at an upside of around $40,000. That might be left for the municipality to pay. There isn't a recommendation to pull it from a reserve. I think we'll just look at funding this from the overall 2020 surplus if it gets expensed in this year. And it is just a 1 year immediate expense in 2020, as this is just a pilot project. It's not a permanent plan yet. So there's no base budget dollars needed for ongoing maintenance or anything, because at this point in time, it is only a pilot project.
If I might add to Mr. Quinton's comments, this is a one-time cost, as Mr. Quinton has indicated. And obviously, it's most expensive at the beginning to get it implemented, to get it underway. To maintain it, I would tie this in to one of my budgetary lines in respect to our IT. I don't expect this to be an expensive venture going forward. It may take a couple, approximately 3,000 to 4,000 on an annual basis to upkeep it and maintain the program. And the police service is willing to incur that cost on a go-forward basis.
Thank you. No further questions.
Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Caniff, and through you to Chief Khan. Chief, everyone on council over the last couple of days has received a number of emails, either in support or not in support of the surveillance cameras. But one prominent theme has been, has there been any consideration given to a stronger physical police presence in the downtown core, or wherever this, surveillance may end up? As in, I think we used to have bicycle police and walking the beat, which seems a little kind of 50-ish, but I am 50-ish. But effectively, a physical presence seems to be a concern of many, and I'm just wondering if you could address that for me. Thank you. Absolutely.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Cruz said it best. This is just one tool in our tool pouch. As I indicated, there is no silver bullet, no one panacea, which is going to ultimately resolve all of our concerns with the issues in the downtown core area. It is going to require a multitude of different interventions. And as indicated in my report and contained within the privacy impact assessment, we have checked off the fact that we have used in the past increased general patrols. We've also utilized neighborhood watch programs. We've directed targeted enforcement. We have and are about to implement a bike patrol unit, which will be actively patrolling the downtown core area. We also have a community mobilization unit. And we have completed a CCTV audit for the entire downtown core area. So as I indicated earlier, it's going to require this holistic approach. So to just increase one particular area, for example, what you've suggested, foot patrol, or soon to be our bike patrol unit, is not going to mitigate or alleviate the issues. As I indicated earlier, it's going to require a multitude of different solutions and interventions.
Great, thank you, Chief.
Councillor C. McGregor.
Councilor McGregor, we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Struggling
Thanks.
tonight. Okay.
That's
So
okay.
I've had a couple. Most of my stuff has been answered, and thank you for the presentation and bringing it forward, Chikon. We have though received lots of conversation around the use of foot patrol in our downtown cores and such, to deal with, you know, even the minor issues of the graffiti and different things. So just a thought, and if you're looking at bike patrol, I would hope that you have that conversation tomorrow to increase it beyond events and special occasions, that it would be nice to see some bike patrol in our downtown core areas on a regular basis. So that's just a thought going forward. So the other question that I wanted to ask you was, with the cameras in place, and I know you've said they're very high definition and etc., but they will only be focused on public areas and such. So if we have a crime in the downtown core, say within a business inside, but it doesn't pick up, say, you know, people go different ways. One go at the back, some go at the front. So you have a suspect that is on the main street that you pretty much suspect, and you know these individuals, so you pretty much suspect that this is where the problem or the issue has come from, whether a break and enter or different things. Are these cameras going to be enough to allow you to pursue or convict an individual? I'm just curious, because I know when we have different things, and not necessarily police, but environmental different things, that we were told often that unless you can prove it, and it's very difficult even if you have a picture. So I'm just curious, will this be enough to be able to convict people because you see somebody you suspect on the street when there's been a crime committed in a non-public viewing area?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, you're actually delving into the evidentiary value of these devices. And make a long story short, Councillor, that will be up to a court to determine. All we can do is present the evidence which we have obtained as a result of our investigation. What I can tell you is that the courts view the vast majority of the information contained or obtained by cameras favorably. It is more conclusive as opposed to circumstantial evidence in respect to, for example, eyewitnesses. But once again, it is a totality of evidence which has to be presented, and this would be one of those pieces which would go before a court in assisting us in proving our case.
Okay, so not necessarily, you don't necessarily have to actually catch them in the act or with the product in their hand.
No, not necessarily, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. I was just concerned about, when you said it was visually for in public areas, often the crime and in a downtown core when there's businesses, the crime is actually committed out of a public area. but off of the public area. So I was just concerned about that area.
No, a fair question, Councillor. I would add that, you know, multiple times, I can't begin to count the amount of times that our public information officer has put out still photos of suspects. And based on the information we receive as a result of the assistance provided by the public in regards to identifying these suspects, we've been able to make a case and proceed with charges in regards to those investigations.
That's good. Very, very good to know that. So those were my questions. My others have been answered. So thank you. And again, for the detailed report.
Okay, seeing no other first-time speakers for questions, I will put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Item 15, Community Human Services.
15A, mask amending bylaw.
Councillor Bondi and Councillor Harrigan, can I get you put it on the floor, please?
Chair, I'm happy to make move the recommendation.
And I'll second that.
Okay, questions? Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'd like to make a motion that Meredith has, so it probably should pop up. The motion is a new exemption be added to Section 2 of Bylaw 101/2020 to provide that a mask may be removed by persons attending religious ceremonies once seated at the ceremony, provided that the person can maintain a physical distance of at least 2 meters from every other person at the ceremony who is not a person in their household.
Councillor Harrigan, is this a friendly amendment?
No, it's not, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, so we'll have to vote on it separately then. All right. Can I get a seconder for that motion? Councillor Wright?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we'll proceed on. We'll vote on this separately from the main one.
Actually, Mayor, can I just comment on it before we vote?
Certainly, no, I was just going to go through the, maybe the clerk, she can walk us through what we're going to need to be doing here as far as this and that, and then Councillor Bondi will come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So we had a main motion put on the floor by Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Bondi. Councillor Bondi is looking for an amendment to that. So we will have his motion that him and Councillor Wright has approved, and we'll vote on that. And then if it's approved, we'll vote on the main motion as amended. And if it fails, then we'll just vote on the main motion. So we can start conversation now.
Okay, Councillor Bondi, to you.
Okay, thank you. Council, the reason that I'm bringing this is that obviously we've all received the same emails. I attend a church service regularly. Since the opening up of church services, maybe 6 or 8 weeks ago, and I can say from where I attend, which is Blessed Sacrament Church, the protocols are very, very maintained. It's a very safe environment. If anything, they're a little over the top with safety. I was actually on the task force to reopen the churches, and we've done an exceptionally good job of maintaining social distancing, hand sanitization. Masks are worn by many, many people in the congregation, but some are uncomfortable with it, including my children. So I guess why I'm asking for this exemption is that a couple of things. Church leaders would still be able to insist on masks being worn in their congregation. So it doesn't alleviate the idea that parishioners can just now choose not to wear a mask, because that could be decided by the religious leaders. Again, the other thing that kind of strikes me is we have slightly the same sort of rule when it comes to restaurants. If you are masked when you're seated, you're able to take your mask off, enjoy your meal, etc. If you're to get up to use the facilities or to go anywhere, the mask has to be reapplied, which would be the same case in this instance. So why I'm asking for this is it's most religious ceremonies are typically about an hour long. It's a long hour. Well, no, it's not, dear God. But for that hour, you're really not communicating with anybody. You're sitting with your family. You're certainly socially distancing. So I don't really feel there's much of a threat of any sort of spread of the virus, simply because of the proximity to others, which is none. And there is no proximity to anybody else. So only while you're sitting during the service is why I'm asking for this amendment exemption. Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, questions related to this? Councillor Pinsino, followed by Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I was going to actually say this. That needed to be put in place. I am in support of allowing places of worship. I agree with Councillor Bondi on that. It isn't a whole lot different than a restaurant. So you don't want comments now on the main motion?
We're just covering off this right now, and then once we approve or turn this down, then we'll go to the main motion.
Okay, so my whole thing is I don't support any of the other part of this recommendation, but I do support this one. Can't this just be separate from the main motion? Does it have to be connected to it?
We can take in the main motion and split it into parts. If you the other part of the motion, I'm not reading it right now, but there's a couple components to it. We could vote on 1, 2, and 3, or whatever it might be.
Okay, I would like this one to be just separated out, and then when we can speak on the other ones, I'd like to speak to them too, Your Worship.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you're good with that?
Yes, as I look at this one is a separate, it doesn't have anything to do with the other two. It could be a separate actually exemption within the bylaw. So we can definitely vote on it separate. If it approves, it would be irrelevant to 1 and 2 of the other motion.
Okay, so then,
we'll put up.
So after this is done, then I can speak to the other one?
Yeah, so what we'll do is, based on what you just talked about, we'll merge them together, and we can discuss either one, but we're going to vote on them separately. So we'll go through the main motion, then we'll add
okay, yeah, that'd be perfect.
So it's item number 1, and then we'll add item 2. So you can speak to both.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Pinsino.
I really believe we're getting carried away with this bylaw. Chatham-Kent pretty much COVID-free now, and we're taking this bylaw to a new extreme. Several businesses within the municipality, it's not feasible to meet the 2-meter separation in 100% of the cases, and again, we're affecting their livelihoods. On top of that, our bylaw enforcement personnel, they're overworked, they're stressed at this time, the way the world is today. And like I say, I can't support any of that part of it, but I would like to support the Councillor Bondi's amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Through you, I have a question to either Dave Taylor or April Reedike. And my question is with regards to the recommendations that were proposed. So in the report to council, there is a note about administration. There's a paragraph on page 3 noting that included in the amendment to the mask bylaw is the ability for temporary removal of a mask during a religious ritual, which requires the removal of masks. So I'm assuming that would be, for example, to take communion or to participate in any other sort of religious ritual that would require the removal of a mask. Can you explain why it was not recommended as just a blanket once you're sitting down and socially distant? it may have sounded like I didn't finish that sentence, but can you explain why what's being proposed by Councillor Bondi wasn't already in the recommendations from a public health perspective?
Mayor Caniff, it's April Redyke, General Manager, Community Human Services. Would you like me to respond to this question?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. When we look at the actual practice that tends to happen in most religious venues, that being things like singing, things like whether we're speaking loudly, those kinds of activities are certainly increased in a faith-based setting. And masks are really there to protect respiratory droplets of those wearing them. When we sing, when we speak loudly, in a number of religious faith-based organizations, people chant and cheer. Those kinds of activities propel those respiratory droplets further than if we are just speaking or sitting quietly at a restaurant and eating. So we are very aware of the fact that people are feeling like this is very similar to a restaurant. From a public health perspective, we do not see that. And certainly within restaurants, part of the provincial guidelines are no singing, no moving around, no standing while people are eating or drinking, and I could go on and on in terms of that. When we look at the request for religious ceremonies, we are very aware that there are parts of those ceremonies where individuals would have to remove their masks. And you indicated that in terms of taking communion. That's a great example. But from the perspective of containing those respiratory droplets, from a public health perspective, we do not support a full-blown exemption for our faith-based facilities. The masking bylaw is only effective if it is used kind of in all of our indoor spaces where we can. It is part of a comprehensive public health measures, including distancing, including hand sanitation and masks. I will also add, and then whether Dave Taylor wants to add anything from a legal perspective, we are seeing transmission and outbreaks that are linked to church services and faith-based facility services. So this is and continues to be a concern for public health.
Thank you. And thank you for your response. The question I asked was really more in the context of public health, April, or Dr. Redyke, so you have responded to it. I think while I very much can understand how wearing a mask during a religious ceremony may be uncomfortable or not ideal, certainly wearing a mask if you're not used to it is not ideal in any places that we are as a community. But I think the mask bylaw is something that we have had the conversation, and it is beneficial only when universally applied. And it's important that people are able to feel safe wherever they go. And so I'm not able to support this because I think it's very important for me that we really make sure that we are doing everything we can to prevent future spread of COVID. And I know people may have different opinions about what the future holds for us, but as somebody, as a mom with young children whose partner has, some form of risk factor, all of us in Chatham-Kent can likely tell that story in terms of what our COVID worries may be, or maybe worries are not, but it's our responsibility to maintain that civic duty And I think that civic duty is even more important to maintain it in our community groups with those who we care about and are connected to, which includes religious spaces. So I very much appreciate Councillor Bondi's responsiveness to some of the feedback we've had, but I'm not able to support this.
Councillor Kirkwood-White, followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I too have received a number of inquiries from local pastors, and in response to some of the questions very similar to what Councillor Bondi is proposing, I asked Dr. Redyke if she would provide me and members of council with a summary of total cases, active cases, and deaths for each of the 34 public health units. And when I reviewed that information, it's interesting to note that there are a dozen of the 34 public health units that have active cases and deaths in the single digits, and they are still requiring places of worship to maintain masking. In fact, one of the pastors suggested that he would be more comfortable if the issue around singing, put your mask back on to sing. And, you know, I really struggled with this one because I attend church every Sunday and it's not pleasant to have to sing with a mask on, but it is a reality that we're dealing with, and we've got some concerns about a second wave and another pandemic, and we have to be careful. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to reiterate, I guess I've been getting a lot of calls regarding the removal of masks during worship services. I believe that there was a big public outcry to have the mask bylaw to start with, which I did not support. And now we're getting a big public outcry to allow masks during worship services. I agree with the comments that was made by Councillor Bondi and Councillor Kirkwood-White, and I would be willing to make a compromise, as Councillor Kirkwood-White indicated, that we remove masks while we're there, but if there's singing or any chanting or whatever, that the masks be put back on. I think we need to support these groups. These groups are the ones that sort of maintain some calmness in the community by their faith, and I think if there's any way that we can support them in doing that, we should do that. Thank you.
Councillor Foss, are you asking for an amendment to Councillor Bondi's motion, or just a general comment?
Actually, I suppose that wouldn't hurt if we added that in there. I'd be comfortable to add that if Councillor Bondi would support that.
Councillor Bondi, are you good with that, making that change?
Yes, I am, Mayor Caniff. Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Foss. So the amendment change, the amendment to the amendment would be that masks would be required when singing. I think chanting's kind of, that's a tough one, because what's chanting, what's praying? So, you know, I don't know. I guess we could wordsmith that one out a little bit, but I think we might have a hard time defining chanting. Singing is singing. I get that. So if we could maybe leave it at singing, because chanting, I don't know, is saying the Our Father chanting, or is it talking? I don't know. But I am agreeable to the friendly, or I would have it as a friendly amendment. Yes.
Okay, I'll just leave it at singing then.
All right, we're on our end. We'll work on some wording, and because we have a number of other speakers that I would like to chime in. So we'll work on the wording and we'll pop it up. We'll come back to you, Councillor Bondi, and the seconder once we have that wording. All right. So we'll, Councillor Foss, you done?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. And just to confirm, where our comments can be on any aspect of the 3 items that are under this motion, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just, to the main part of the motion, I did want to reiterate that the inclusion of those amendments from the initial motion were added really under the advisement of the Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Colby, and that was really done to reflect the importance of built space, physical distancing, and hand hygiene in COVID-19 prevention. And I think it's important to note that while we've been very successful in Chatham-Kent, and a good portion of that can be credited to some swift action by public health and some sound decision making and really coming together as a community to get through that lockdown portion. The pandemic is very much not over, and the prevention that we continue with now, outside of just being obviously very important for the health of the community, is also in many ways for the economic health of the community. I don't think anyone wants to go backwards into earlier phases and see businesses have to close down or any reduction in economic activity. So while we're doing many of these things to protect vulnerable in our community, to protect the health of members of our community, it's also for the economic well-being of our community. I did have a few questions. Firstly, for Dave Taylor, we had a deputation highlighting some concern around accessibility and how that intersects with the bylaw amendments and the initial bylaw, particularly when it comes to visual impairment. So maybe could you speak to portions of the bylaw that mitigate those accessibility concerns?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor. This is David Taylor, Manager of Legal Services. Yes, I'm happy to speak to that. I believe this was the deputation that identified some concerns that visually impaired people might face with this bylaw. And I think there were some great points there, and absolutely want to clarify that publicly to alleviate any concerns. So, kind of 2 answers to it. One issue was identified as the ability of a visually impaired person to come close enough to somebody in order to interact with them as they may need to, say at a store. And then the second one was the idea that they might need a guide or something like that that would be, again, within 2 meters. So the answers to that are that there's an exemption in the bylaw where maintaining a physical distancing is not feasible. And so I would say in the context of a visually impaired person, I'd be comfortable advising our enforcement officers, and will do so, that that exemption of not being feasible in those contexts to maintain physical distancing would apply. And as a result, the person would not be in a breach of bylaw if they were being guided or otherwise coming closer than 2 meters due to their visual impairment. Additionally, it's just important to understand that all bylaws must be read in the context of the Human Rights Code, which requires accommodation for persons with disabilities, and that would also come into play here on any decision of whether to charge somebody in those that context. And the decision would be not to. The person also, I think, raised some issues with face masks and the possibility of that impairing vision of somebody who needs glasses. And we do have an exemption as well for medical issues that would cause a safety issue. So I think there are aspects of the bylaw that would address all of those concerns.
Yeah, thank you. And continuing on that maybe theme of accessibility, I know we've received some emails and some deputations from individuals who need medical exemption, maybe for the masking part of the bylaw in particular, and they're concerned with maybe public treatment and feeling bullied or uncomfortable because they have to enter a premises without a mask. Can you maybe speak to the components of the bylaw that are designed to prevent businesses from needing to police those exemptions?
Certainly, and through you, Your Worship, I appreciate the question, Councillor. So this is really in the original bylaw, the bylaw already in place, that a business is only required just to identify the bylaw to individuals entering their business, remind them of the requirement to wear a mask, but also to remind them of any medical, that there is a medical exemption. If the person claims an exemption, the business isn't allowed to dig into it any further, and really just that's the extent of their the business's obligation. So, you know, obviously concerning to hear those types of issues, and businesses do have some control over their own rules on top of what the bylaw would say. But, you know, as of the structure that we've created here for masks under this bylaw, a person who goes in with a medical issue and says, I can't wear a mask, you know, that's the end of it under the bylaw at least.
Thank you, and appreciate that. And I think that's an important message for the community. With respect to the hand sanitizer amendment, just wanted to clarify that we're talking about the business just needing to provide the hand sanitizer, much like many businesses already have to do under provincial guidance. And we're not forcing them again to police people using that. It just has to be available. Is that correct?
Through your worship, that's correct, Councillor. It's really the same type of situation. We're not expecting businesses to have to get into enforcing of use of hand sanitizer or anything like that. It just requires that the business has to have it present.
And with respect to the physical distancing amendment, I know there's a number of provincial orders already regarding, you know, indoor capacity or distancing with fixed seating, and certainly some regulation around provision of personal care services. Would this bylaw supersede any of those guidelines? You know, are people to be prevented from getting a haircut or, you know, getting a massage or something like that?
Through your worship, and thank you, Council, for this question as well. Good clarification here. So we were very cognizant when trying to draft this concept as directed by Council at the August 10th meeting to make sure that we didn't unintentionally put businesses into a spot to where they're complying with a provincial directive that might allow for a reduction of physical distancing less than 2 meters in some circumstances, but would be, you know, in breach of a municipal bylaw if this came in place. So there's an exemption under the bylaw that specifically says that if the province has a rule that allows less than 2 meters or otherwise exempts a practice, you know, that's also an exemption under this bylaw. So you can imagine in the context of a hairdresser, the province acknowledged in their rules, you're going to have to get more than or closer than 2 meters in order to provide the service. And so, you know, the hairdresser is also then exempted under this bylaw by the way we've drafted the physical distancing section.
Thank you. And I think that's really important clarification. I did just want to briefly, outside these questions, respond to a deputation that did mention naturopathic doctors. And I just wanted to offer a little bit of clarity that as a regulated health profession in Ontario, naturopathic doctors do use appropriate hand hygiene, including hand sanitizer. So like any regulated healthcare providers, hand sanitizers are, you know, one tool that has a long use as a component of universal precautions for infection control. And I didn't want that to be unclear based on any of the deputations tonight. And with respect to some of the concerns around absorption of you know, topical hand sanitizer, it's certainly not like topical medications that have dermal absorption. Fortunately, it's not like that. You can imagine individuals with you know, religious exemption or that aren't able to consume alcohol for religious reasons would be concerned by that. And I did quickly look at a study from BMC Infectious Diseases. Individuals used hand sanitizer for 30 seconds with a minute break and did that for 20 cycles. So a very aggressive use of hand sanitizer, and that only led to the absorption of about 106 milligrams of ethanol. For reference, an average alcohol beverage has 12 to 14 grams of alcohol. So that test in what's a really unrealistic and sort of aggressive use led to absorption of less than 1% of a average alcoholic beverage. So just wanted to make sure it's clear that the use of hand sanitizer, you know, is effective and has been recommended by a number of health authorities as one of the primary strategies for prevention of transmission, and is safe when used topically. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bondi, I'll go back to you briefly. Are you good with the wording that's up there as far as what was added on at the end of number 2?
Yes, Mayor Kenneth, that's great.
All
Thank you very
right,
much.
Councillor Wright, are you good with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll continue on. We've got Councillor Sakachi followed by Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and through you, most of my statements, especially around accessibility, has already been asked by Councillor McGregor and answered by Mr. Taylor, so I appreciate that. I guess my question is just to Dr. Redike. I was in a challenging spot here because I do want to support Councillor Bondi's, motion, because I know that there is a lot of concern regarding, be able to have a proper religious ceremony with the masks. You mentioned a couple of comments answering Councillor Harrigan's questions that have me concerned somewhat now. Can you, without going into too much detail, can you speak to, the predominance of those outbreaks that you're speaking to in a religious, religious services? And if do you feel that what we just amended to the second part about singing would change any of your comments you just additionally made?
Through you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you, Councillor Sakachi, for the question. The simplest way, I think, to answer this is from a public health perspective. Masks, like I've said many times, are one part of public health measures to control the transmission of COVID-19, and they work best when used universally. I will also share with Council that a number of our cases in Chatham-Kent that we have seen over the last 6 weeks or so are linked and connected to people attending church. This is why we are so concerned in terms of amending any part of this bylaw with respect to any indoor public places.
I really appreciate that last little section of comments there, Dr. Redike, because that knowing that is very important, I think, for us to make an educated decision here. And hearing that a significant amount of our cases the last 6 weeks have been related to that setting, that is concerning to me. And I think that was a very valid piece of information you just provided us. So thank you for that.
Okay, we still have a long speakers list. So Councillor Hall followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. My questions on the overall report have been answered, and so have my questions on Councillor Bondi's amendment by Dr. Redike about whether the exemption for mastering religious services, whether it was considered, why it wasn't included in the amendments. I believe Dr. Redike explained that very clearly. And like I said, most of my questions have been answered, but for those reasons that Dr. Redike articulated, I won't be able to support the amendment, but I'll absolutely be supporting the overall report. Thank you, Mayor Kenneth.
Okay, Councillor Finn followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
For the most part, most of my questions have been answered as well, but I would like to offer support to Councillor Bondi's. I know I attend Praise Fellowship, and since they were allowed back into the church, they have made every step. They have social distanced everybody. There is hand sanitizer. They wipe everything down. You are not sitting in any other place. You sit in the same place with the same people each and every week. You are socially distanced. That, yeah, even in between the aisles, they have them X'd off. So I will be in support of that amendment.
Councillor C. McGregor followed by Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, through the mayor. So I'm just going to guess that items 1 and 2 will be separated to vote on individually.
That's correct.
Yes, okay. And I just want to thank again April Redike for bringing forth her information. It has, there's a lot of misconceptions out there, I think, as to the public health directives that we put into place through the bylaw and what are constituted as provincial mandates and how those are separated, such as restaurants compared to our religious services. So I'm just going to ask that regardless of how these motions go, whether both 1 and 2 pass or if one passes, that I know we have a couple of days before these are put into place, but there be proper information that goes out and easily accessible information for the general public to get to, or even for counselors to point them to, because there has been a great misconception of what was provincially mandated, such as going into a restaurant. And I guess I'll just put it lightly, where I was in a establishment myself that had booked an outdoor seat that was given away before myself and a few others got there and were put inside. And so it was I think very much misunderstood, and actually pointed out to some people in the restaurant that, to behave themselves because there was a counselor in the room. So part of that was not my directive on what was taking place inside a public establishment, but it kind of disappointed me that that's the kind of thing that's going on, and I do believe that most of that and some of that behavior is some of it due to lack of education. So I would hope that as we move forward that we do our best to educate with this amendment or changes if they pass. For the public. And again, I want to thank everybody that's put work into it, whether it be Dr. Redyke, whether it be Dr. Colby, whether it be Dave Taylor or other counselors or administration that have worked so hard on this. I don't think it's been an easy number of months for any one of us. And the treatment, I think, of some of our administration and our fellow counselors has not been the best at some times. And so I hope that we hold strong together, and whatever passes tonight, that we stand behind that and that we all better educate the public. Thank you.
Councillor Solomon, followed by Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Worship. My question is to Ms. Redyke. I'm trying to understand and reconcile page 3 and the comments you've made with the amendment that's just been made that it says that provided the mask must be worn during any singing. If I'm reading your report correctly, it isn't just singing that you're concerned about. It says singing and speaking loudly, common practices during worship. And by that, I take it speaking loudly is the responsive reading that goes on in church, where the pastor or the priest or the minister says a sentence and then the congregation responds. And even as much as an amen or praise to God or whatever it is, that's the speaking part. Am I correct? April? Still there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yes, Councillor Solomon, that is correct. And certainly there are a significant variety of faith-based organizations whose practices are all different. Everything from chanting to singing to speaking loudly typically occurs inside faith-based services.
Right. So that's what's giving me concern with this final during any singing, because you also go on to say that respiratory droplets being propelled further if masks are not worn throughout the entire service. So do you have information or knowledge that the during singing or speaking loudly, that the droplets can actually be propelled beyond the what are we using, 2 point whatever it is, meters or 6 feet, whatever the number is?
So
It
certainly,
says propelled further, so I'm assuming that
correct.
means
Yes.
something.
So that is correct, and it is the reasoning behind all of the provincial guidelines around singing in terms of, if we take as an example, concert halls, bands, guitarists, wind instruments. There are guidelines around that which require plexiglass between singers and other people, which require plexiglass between people playing the flute or clarinet and other people. So it is certainly known and demonstrated that during any type of activity where individuals are singing, chanting, speaking loudly, playing wind instruments, that respiratory droplets are propelled further.
So meaning that the spacing out in between pews, if you're doing that, your suggestion is that isn't enough.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, it's an awful thing to try and figure out here because, I mean, we all had these requests. I know what Councillor Bondy's saying. He says the hour is a longer hour, but I can tell you from last Sunday, wearing the mask for an hour, there's no question that it's irritating, but it's not a question of irritating from what your report says. Are there any other, and I know Dave Taylor didn't get to speak much to this, but are there other reports, either in Ontario or elsewhere, that there's been outbreaks as a result? You spoke about a bit about Chatham-Kent, but in other areas, are there other outbreaks because of religious meetings, or are we unique in that regard? Through your worship to Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Solomon. I'd actually have to refer that over to Dr. Redyke. I don't have too much information about public health outbreaks across the province.
I just wondered whether you'd read any articles or any news reports on it, but either one of you would be fine. I just wonder whether we were unique.
So thank you, Councillor Solomon, for that question. We are not unique. So certainly when we look at outbreaks, we are seeing outbreaks across the province in long-term care retirement homes. That's to be expected, in workplaces, in what are referred to as congregate settings, meaning whether that is a group home, a church, a religious facility, and any number of things where people congregate for extended periods of time indoors, of which religious services are one of those. We have outbreaks now in some schools in the GTA area. So certainly when we have outbreaks and we see outbreaks across the province, public health takes these outbreaks very seriously. And as I indicated, a number of our cases over the last 6 weeks are linked to people attending church service.
Okay. Well, I for one agree that I hate wearing that mask during the hour of a church service, but I think you've answered the questions I have. Thank you.
Councillor Crew, and then I'll go to Councillor Bondy for final words on the number 2 that he's proposed.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just have one question. Is singing allowed in churches? I thought that singing wasn't allowed under the Ontario guidelines.
It's in bars.
Oh, only bars. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, to you, Councillor Bondy, the final words, and then we'll go to vote.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. A question for Dr. Redyke. As far as the outbreaks in Chatham-Kent being attributed to churches, I wasn't aware of that. Maybe true, but what I've read in the media that everybody else reads is that there was there were the greenhouses, there were the low German-speaking people, which I didn't really quite understand that, but and then there was the people on the boat trip. but I'd never heard of, is there a specific church that you can reference in Chatham-Kent that presented the data that you're referencing as far as an outbreak? Because I didn't read it in the paper, and it could be there, but I'm just not aware of it.
Through you, Mayor, through to Councillor Bondi. So from a public health perspective, in terms of privacy, we do not release locations. It is the facility operator who releases that. So whether that's a greenhouse, whether that's a business, whether that is a church facility, wherever that might be, that's up to the individuals to release that information. And so certainly we link cases, as I've indicated, whether they are congregate care settings, whether individuals are in contact with other individuals in a close setting where they are close together for a period of time, any number of things. So that would be up to the individual churches to identify themselves.
And have they? I know you can't identify which ones, but I'm just kind of curious because what I've read, what everybody else, reads the paper, has the internet, churches have not identified in Chatham-Kent as a super spreader. Obviously, we all know south of the border that's a big deal because they're not playing by the rules, and they bring in like thousands of people into these Joel Osteen sort of things. But in Chatham, has your department been, or can you confirm that your department has identified a church setting, not a congregate, because that could be almost anything, but a church setting as an outbreak? And if so, please.
So thank you, Councillor Bondi. So there's a difference between when we have contacts, when we do our contact tracing, when we identify linkages compared to an outbreak. So those things all have lots of guidelines around them, which would take far too long to go into. But we certainly have linked a significant number of cases, and the only place where they have been in contact with another positive case is in church, and more than one church. So, and that's all that I'm comfortable in terms of privacy saying.
Sure, I understand that. So there is data to support that there's been a spread in churches in Chatham-Kent.
That's not what she said. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, moving on, as far as my amendment goes, what I'm really trying to get at here is that I feel that, after, of course, what you've told me, but I really feel that the churches, well, the one that I attend, which is just one out of how many, has done an incredible job of social distancing, hand sanitization, basically wearing masks, to and fro, no matter where. It makes Walmart look like Disneyland, considering the protocols that have been put in place by the church that I attend, and I assume many others, as we've all received the same emails. So what concerns me is when you talk about a universal protocol, is that we don't have that in restaurants. We don't have it in Walmart. We don't have it at the liquor store, different retail outlets that have been put in place that are hardly, following the same kind of stringent protocols as the churches. And that's why I've made the motion, because I think they're a very safe place to be. They're doing above and beyond what was necessary. And I feel that I don't think is there a risk? Sure, there's also a risk to driving 100 kilometers an hour down the 401. We could bring it down to 10 kilometers an hour and nobody could kill in cars. And people are not forced to go to church, and they're not forced to wear masks, which is part of what I'm trying to do, is that it would just allow for people to not wear masks. And again, if a pastor or an imam or whatever religious leader wants to decide, hey, you know what, in my setting, masks are mandatory. Well, that would still be okay. What I'm just trying to get to is that there would be the ability for said congregation, whatever one, maybe there's none of them, maybe there's none in Chatham, that mask would be an option similar to restaurants. You know, in restaurants, we may say, you know, or I'll kind of reference what you said a couple of moments ago, that, you know, enjoying a quiet dinner at a restaurant. Well, I was at a restaurant a couple of weeks ago and it was anything but quiet. There was a lot of talking, a lot of, it was chanting, not religious, but it was chanting. So anyway, that's where I am with this thing. So anyway, I'll leave it up to council to make their decision. And I thank you for your time, council, mayor, staff, and particularly Dr. Redick. Thank you.
And Councillor Harrigan, I'll give you a chance to final words on the other.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. As many on council have said, that we brought our mask bylaw forward in the summertime, recognizing that the first two defenses against the spread of COVID-19 is hand hygiene and social distancing. And following that, and making sure that we are wearing masks, not to protect ourselves, but to protect those around us, is incredibly important. I'm concerned because when I look at the amendments to the bylaw in front of me, amendment number 1 enhances our diligence in terms of preventing the spread of COVID-19 within the community of Chatham-Kent. And number 2 provides an exemption that actually loosens some of the restrictions that we have. And we are not in a place yet where we should be talking about loosening our restrictions. We're in a place where we still need to be diligent. So appreciating the comments that were made, and certainly the information that April has shared about some of the community spread we've experienced, I really do implore council to really commit to waiting on having the conversations about when we should start to loosen our diligence in protecting against COVID-19. Thank you.
All right, we will put it to vote. So we're going to vote on number 1 to start, and then we'll vote on the Councillor Bondi's amendment second.
So to be clear, council, we are voting on the recommendations as outlined in the report, and both of these motions will be separate. So depending whether they pass or fail, they'll be standing alone. We're waiting for one more vote. Okay, all votes are in. The motion is tied, therefore it fails. And we'll go to the second recommendation. All votes are in. Motion also fails.
All right. So we'll go to item 15, community, item 16, corporate services.
Item 16A, renaming of St. Clair College Chatham Campus Ball Diamonds to Bob Whedon Field.
Councillor Finn and Councillor Solomon, can you put it on the floor, please?
I can second it.
Okay. Yes, so Councillor Solomon is seconding it, but Councillor Finn, will you put it on the floor, please?
Sorry, I can put it on the floor.
Okay, it is out there now. Councillor Finn, the floor is yours.
Being the fact that administration has a naming rights strategy already in the process, and the fact that the land in question here is on a lease which expires next year, I'd like to make a motion to defer this until that report is done.
So Councillor Finn, you've just put the other motion on the floor, so we have that motion on the floor right now. So we can put that motion through, and if it fails, then you're welcome to put your motion on the floor, but we currently have this one on the floor now.
Sorry about that.
Your worship.
Sorry, just to clarify, sorry, Councillor Solomon. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't realize you were just motion to postpone. I thought you were putting a different motion on. So motion to postpone is in order. I apologize.
Thank you.
That's all I was going to say, your worship.
Sorry, so Councillor Solomon, are you seconding that then? The motion to defer?
Sure.
Okay.
Seems logical.
All right. Okay, so Councillor Finn, you made your comments. So Councillor Solomon, anything from you?
No, I'm only doing this to get things on the floor. I have no comments.
Okay, Councillor Scotchy.
My apologies, Mayor Caniff. I was just looking for clarification that the clerk just made. I thought I hit the hand button, sorry.
So just to clarify, I see no other questions, but to clarify, if we defer this we'd be deferring this for 1 year till administration, someone just to answer the question. Kathy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Kathy Hoffman, General Manager of Corporate Services. So we're currently working on another report that will come in front of council that is contained in that comment section of the report you're reading now about a naming rights strategy. And I expect that we'll have a report to you in the next couple of months. So 2 or 3 months from now, by then you should see a report from us.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes. And 16B, appointment to bylaw contractual officers.
Councillor Kirkwood White and Councillor Foss, can I get you put on the floor, please?
Yes, I will do that.
Seconded.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood White.
Yes, I was just curious as to what specific roles and responsibilities the Chatham-Kent Health Alliance employees would have. And I believe the clerk can answer that question for me.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So occasionally we get some names from the Chatham-Kent Health Alliance of their staff that enforce the traffic bylaw for parking on Chatham-Kent Health Alliance property. So we're simply appointing their staff so that they can enforce the parking portion of the bylaw and issue fines.
Thank you, Judy.
Point of order.
Councillor Harrigan.
Yeah, sorry, I just need to point of order and declare a conflict. I didn't realize these were employees of CKHA, which is also where I work.
Okay, it's documented. So seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote, minus Councillor Harrigan.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, item 17, finance, budget, information technology, and transformation.
17B, financial policy review.
Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor C. McGregor, can I get the two of you to put on the floor, please?
So moved.
And seconded.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood White, you had a question.
I did. Just a question for Gord Quinton, if he would consider. I don't know the frequency of such transactions, but if the recommendation includes approval to draw down up to 25,000 in reserves without coming back to council for approval, would it be feasible to request a quarterly report to council just highlighting those drawdowns?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Steve Brown, Director of Budget and Performance Services. The number of times that we are able to, that would fall under that category of under $25,000 a year is quite immaterial. So it'd be the intent to bring a report to the audit committee annually outlining any report or any transfers and drawdowns that actually take place.
Okay, I was just wondering how frequent they might be. Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes. And 17D, rural fiber backbone agreement. We have this one forward as there's a conflict with Councillor Solomon.
Councillor Ochi and Councillor Pinsonneau, can I have you put on the floor, please?
Moved. Yeah, I can second that, Your Worship.
All right, seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Item 18, infrastructure and engineering services.
18E, motion by Councillor Thompson, re-amendment to long grass and weed bylaw for naturalization activities.
Councillor Thompson, over to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make comments on the motion. I wanted to say thank you very much to everybody who wrote it in, especially Mike Smith. He's been kind of through the ringer on this issue. It's important, I think, that not only do we enforce property standards to keep folks from abusing or neglecting their properties, but it's also important to recognize that some folks do want to do unique and interesting work to their properties to improve the flora and fauna. So I think it's a pretty cut and dry motion, and I'm looking forward to the support. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor.
Happy to second the motion.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Sakachi.
Just wanted to add that Mayor Caniff and myself were lucky enough to see a project on 80 Shad Road that transpired with this naturalization in grassland, and how much benefit that is included when these types of initiatives are take place. So I hope that everybody supports this, and to kind of see these grasslands in operation is a magnificent thing, and hopefully everybody supports Councillor Thompson's amendment.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Just verifying, Council, somebody has abstained from this one. Just double check to make sure that you voted the way you wanted to on this one. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, we'll go to item 19, notice of motion. We have 4 different notices. I'll go to Councillor Hall with his to start.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I, Councillor Aaron Hall, hereby provide notice that I will bring forward the following motion at the September 21st, 2020 Council meeting for discussion and voting. Whereas over the past several years, the municipality has received interest about potential redevelopment opportunities on the south side of the Sydenham River and Wallaceburg's downtown area, particularly along Wallace Street between Murray Street and McDougall Street. And whereas a number of structures have been removed in this area, and whereas the municipality owns a number of properties within this area, including along the waterfront itself, and whereas existing policies within Chatham-Kent's official plan direct that within the community of Wallaceburg, the municipality shall encourage the redevelopment of waterfront areas within the downtown and Main Street area, and whereas opportunities to expand the downtown and Main Street area to accommodate the configuration of development on both sides of the river for mixed use, residential, commercial, employment, and recreational related development shall be encouraged. And whereas the official plan further notes that the municipality shall undertake the preparation of a secondary plan for the revitalization of Wallaceburg's greater downtown area, including the south side of the Sydenham River and adjacent downtown neighborhoods. And whereas the secondary plan shall identify strategies for the preservation and enhancement of the area that supports community sustainability and reinvestment in the downtown area. Therefore, be it resolved that administration prepare a report for the October 19th, 2020 council meeting outlining the steps necessary to move forward with a secondary plan for Wallaceburg's south side area. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. So I, Councillor Melissa Harrigan, hereby provide notice that I will bring forward the following motion for discussion and voting. Whereas arenas are crucial pieces of community infrastructure within the communities that they serve. And whereas during the 2020 budgeting process, Chatham-Kent Council committed to providing a service level across Chatham-Kent to run 10 arenas in the communities of Tilbury, Wheatley, Blenheim, Ridgetown, Bothwell, Dresden, Wallaceburg, and Chatham. And whereas arenas were abruptly closed following provincial direction in response to COVID-19 and have recently been permitted to open under a modified operational plan. And whereas there are various volunteer-run community organizations who have expressed commitment, need, and interest to book Chatham-Kent arenas to resume their recreational activities under current guidelines. And whereas the province of Ontario has committed a total of $5.8 million to cover any deficits due to COVID-19 in the 2020 year, reducing concern of needing to cut community programs in order to satisfy municipal budget requirements. Therefore, be it resolved that Chatham-Kent resume its committed arena service levels as assumed in the 2020 budget, and that staff return to council at the December 7th, 2020 meeting with a report on arena operations as a result of this motion. And Mayor Kenneth, if I may, and as many councillors are aware, there are a number of community groups who are looking for guidance and information as to whether or not their local arena is going to be open this season. And staff are also looking for some information. So I would like to request the opportunity to vote on waiving the notice period for this motion.
Okay, Councillor Oche, will you second that?
I'll second that.
Okay, over to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So council, my role as clerk is to advise you again of waiving a notice where the purpose of a notice of motion is to go out to the public so that we can have discussion and their comments back by the next council meeting. And so I just caution you about waiving the notice with regards to this, and we can put this motion on the floor now as you wish.
Okay, so Councillor Harrigan, you have any thoughts?
Yes, I just want to say that I absolutely appreciate the opportunity and the necessity for community engagement. That being said, you know, we are now in the middle of September, and many of the seasons, the sports seasons or the athletic seasons that are able to operate with the appropriate COVID-19 restrictions in place are looking to start their time on the ice, you know, as soon as yesterday. And so the purpose of waiving notice for this motion is to provide staff with very clear direction on what they need to do, and also to provide our community members answers that they need in terms of whether or not they have local community arena space to operate. So that's the sole purpose of waiving the motion. If it doesn't go through, then I'd be asking to just transfer the notice to the September 21st meeting.
Okay, Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, Worship. It is now 9:49. The meeting goes until 10 o'clock, and we're being asked to deal with a motion without notice, in effect, with 10 minutes left in the meeting. I don't think that's appropriate whatsoever. It should. If this is all news to me. I don't know how many other councillors are aware that this was going to happen, and I just think it's totally improper to do it this way. This is another example of motions being brought without sufficient notice to the councillors so that they can form opinions, have questions ready. I mean, we did have saw an email today from Jeff Bray, staff, setting out the use, the hours of arenas, and some aren't even being used more than, well, I'm not going to go through all that because that's what we should be dealing with on the next council meeting. So I'd urge people to vote against this, to discuss it without any notice. This is just not the way that motions ought to be brought. I can understand when there's a great emergency, there's health decisions, or there's other emergent matters, but this can certainly go to the next meeting. And we tend to make really bad decisions when there isn't proper notice and when there's now 10 minutes left in the meeting. So I'd urge people not to vote in favor of waiving the notice. It's only a couple more weeks and we can deal with it then.
One more.
Well,
Clarify it's 1 week.
Yeah, you're right. It's only one more week. So that just bolsters my argument even further. Thank you, Your Worship.
All right, Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, these groups, though, they got to know, like, I mean, they're going to go, especially us border cities, they're going to go across the border and to the southwest arena system. And they need to know now what Chatham-Kent's going to do. I'd really like to deal with this tonight.
Councillor Hall.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Pinsino, and I agree we should waive notice for this. You know, I think a big main reason for providing notice is to get the feedback from the public. And I know I'm hearing a lot of feedback from our community, from the different community groups and the arena users. They're ready to go, and I think this is something that we should move on. They've received guidance, you know, and approvals from their different governing bodies, you know, for Hockey Canada, Skate Ontario, and others. So I think they're ready to go, and I think it's a dynamic situation where we're in with the pandemic, and you know, I think this is something that we can move on, and we should vote on it tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'll be very brief. I've heard significant conversations regarding this issue over the last 4 weeks, but in particular the last 2 weeks. And there's a lot of user groups that want to be more active utilizing our infrastructure. And I will be supporting this to be voted on tonight, because that's what the public is looking for answers and resources to the infrastructure. And I think it's required sooner than later. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put this to vote, and then I will be asking for an extension right after this vote.
All votes are in. We will be carrying on with the motion, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, before we go, that we will need a motion to extend probably till 10:30. So Councillor Oche and Councillor Kirkwood-White.
So moved.
Councillor Kirkwood-White. How about Councillor Latimer then?
Nope, I've second. Thank you. I had
Okay. All right, let's.
Okay.
Councillor Latimer, your microphone's on.
All right, so we will we'll put it to vote as far. Okay, so sorry, go ahead.
I have the floor.
Oh, sorry, no, we were trying to get the extension.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, show of hands. So anyone opposed to extending? Just if you want to put anybody puts their hand up, right, to speak, they're opposed to extension. I got 2 so far. Seeing that, it's carried. We extend to 10:30. All right, Councillor Harrigan, you have the floor now.
Okay, thank you. I may have had my hand up accidentally there, but it doesn't matter. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the reason behind this motion, and I really want to emphasize that we are still living in unprecedented times. And so as our staff are looking at following provincial directions, and as our community members with volunteer parents and volunteers across the community are working towards understanding what sort of situation we're in, we're at this point where, as I had said earlier in the meeting, we have to continue to be very diligent in our fight against COVID-19, but there has also been clear directions from the province around their support in helping us to live in what I would call our pandemic normal. And as September starts, children are starting back up to school, extracurricular activities are starting, albeit in a very different way. And many of our youth are looking for activities to do locally within their own backyard. Every year at budget time, we set service levels and we identify what those service levels are going to be. And at this year's budget, we had committed to the service levels of having arenas across our communities be in operation. And those arenas operate in some modified way, shape, or form across the community. Some may only have 2 or 3 days a week. Some are open for 7 days a week. And ultimately, the reason they closed down was because of COVID-19. And the reason they were delayed was because of COVID-19, and for no other reason than COVID-19. And as a council, we're also having other conversations about what COVID-19 should show us about our future. And for members of the community and for myself as a councillor, those 2 conversations are different. There's one conversation about how do we operate in 2020 in the fiscal year, and there's another conversation about larger pictures that we'll be discussing on our September 28th growth strategy session. And when the province announced that they were providing funding to allow municipalities to maintain their service levels, this is exactly what they had in mind. The province recognized that the way that we use our services is going to be different, is going to be modified, would likely result in less revenue, but they also committed to making sure that municipalities were able to give communities the important services that they need. And having a local arena is something that is incredibly important to a number of people and a number of stakeholders. And if we were ever to make the decision for a community not to have an arena open, that should be a decision that comes through long-term and careful planning, not one that comes in the height of a pandemic. There's an element of COVID safety as well to opening our arenas in terms with our 2020 alignment or 2020 committed service levels. And that's because it allows people to really maintain their quote unquote bubbles so that students who are at school, for example, in Dresden, are able to then figure skate with the same children in their community rather than having to travel to a different community and do their groceries in a different community. And being local is very important during a time like this. And so I know this is something that is not ideal in terms of the when we're talking about it. I know when speaking with staff, we've said, we could have maybe done this sooner or had more conversations. I know our community groups are hesitant in terms of the amount of hours that they are able to commit. But I have, and we as council have seen from Mr. Bray and his team what some of those firm commitments look like and some of those expressions of interest look like, and what it means in terms of the operations. And what I was able to do, and Judy, I'm not sure if you're able to show on the screen the chart that I had sent to you and Meredith, but I was able to compile the numbers that Mr. Bray had shared with us and compare them with the average uses of our arenas in the past year. And in many cases, the demand for service based on the prior year is very healthy. So some of our arenas are uncertain, but many of our arenas have a demand, or at least a community interest, of saying that they're coming to the 80%, 90%, and a few times they're exceeding what their demand is in terms of their last year's weekly averages. So there's a lot of ways we can look at this, but ultimately I think that we in 2020 committed to a service level to our community, and that service level was interrupted due to COVID-19, and we now have the funds from the province to reinstate that service level, and it's important that we do so. Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. That's all my comments.
Councillor Pinsino, followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Worship. I spoke to representatives from both minor hockey and figure skating, and they are really concerned. In East Kent here, we're a border ward, and once a group leaves, they don't come back. They're dealing with lower ice rates across the border. So it's, you know, for them, once they're there and they're settled, they're going to stay there. These are unprecedented times, and we have to do as much damage control as we can. I would like to encourage council to please support this. We got to keep our arena system healthy. This is one of those years that, you know, the numbers are going to be down, but we have to keep moving forward. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question to Gord Quinton regarding our commitment to find $2 million savings, and part of that savings was by opening or closing arenas to a point, I guess, till our level of enrollment was up, type thing. I know we got the $5 million, but if we continue to change the course of action as to where we're finding these savings, are we still going to be able to find that $2 million savings that we've committed to?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. So, yes, it's started at our discussions in May, where we did mainly because of public health reasons, but also the financial reasons, we did shut down a number of our facilities throughout the summer. That report was based on, at the time, because of unknowns, we based that with our best guess at the time that it would go through till August 31st, and that we would review the service levels in the fall. So heading into the fall with the ice season for arenas, Mr. Bray and his staff have been analyzing the demand, because until just the end of August, when the province made the announcement, until that time, we were still facing a deficit, and we knew the arena revenues, because much of the arenas are paid by user fees, that the user fees were likely not going to match the 2020 budget projections that were used in the budget, and that there'd be a shortfall. So since that time, the province has come through with a $5.8 million initial pledge under the Safe Restart program to cover municipal deficits caused by COVID-19. So council now can weigh whether to run arenas at a level that's perhaps at a lower efficiency than normal, but council has the option now to use that provincial funding to basically have a greater subsidy to arenas to get through the 2020 season.
So I guess you're comfortable with our financial position, that if we open the arenas, that we'll still be able to be financially viable and to reach the goals that we were mandated to do, I guess.
So if you're asking if I'm comfortable with it, yes, I am. You know, I always preach efficiencies, and for example, the chart that was just displayed had some great data in that. But if there was a arena with only 2 hours booked, would we still open it up? Like, I think there does have to be that debate by council. What usage is it of great cost to run our arena, even if it is covered by provincial funds. And so there always is, what council needs to weigh the community demand and make that decision on how many arenas to open.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff. I'm not sure if Jeff Bray is here, or I'm sure Thomas is. The hours that we have, that's not considering anybody just having to rent it if there's an hour or 2 hours open. That's a legitimate rental every week, correct?
Jeff Bray here, Director of Parks, Recreation and Cemeteries through Mayor Caniff. That's correct. We're looking at the user groups, not the just one-offs here and there.
Okay. If I could ask, and this is a little bit off topic, but I have some user groups asking me if they don't rent their ice for at first, because we're only able to put 4 people on the bench, 4 people on the ice, and a goalie, so they can't afford to play right now. Could they get their ice time back if things change in November or December or January?
You mean could they rent the ice again?
Yeah, like say it's a larger league that say takes 5 hours a week, and all of a sudden they can't afford to pay it because they've only got 9 players. They got 16 on a team. If someone else was to rent that ice for so long, could we have in there that or that they get their ice back if something changes?
At this level, if arenas do open and someone books that ice over top of them, they would have they wouldn't have their time slot back because they gave them
even if the league was there for over 30 years. Because I have a huge problem with only 4 people on a bench, and I understand it's social distancing, but why can we not put another just wooden bench or chairs or something, and they use another entrance to the ice?
Yeah, there's that. I issued a chart today. I don't know if Meredith could pop it up, which shows what we see as committed ice. I think this is important because what we've done is you highlight what we see as ice user group. We understand they've been around for quite a while. We understand they have a commitment to the community and the facility. But at this point, we're looking at sort of going back to what Gord was saying about financial responsibility. We're looking at what we call committed ice users. So a lot of the rec groups, and I understand that adults need the dressing rooms. They don't want to drive to the dressing room in their cars. And unfortunately, in the situation we're in, is what we're dealing with now. So the previous chart shows the maximum hours if the COVID protocols weren't in place, the one that Councillor Harrigan put up.
Okay, so what I'm asking,
yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Jeff, but
go ahead, Councillor.
Could we not put another bench outside of the regular bench area, or chairs that say the other players could sit on so that they're social distance, but yet they can still play, so that they can actually afford to play a game?
That's something I can't answer right here now. I'd have to do a bit of research. Perhaps there's other jurisdictions that are investigating that. We haven't looked at that, but
okay, because I know Tilbury and Blenheim both have another door they can use.
Yeah, but part of the issue is it's not so much the benches, it is the dressing room, the lack of dressing rooms.
that they don't have access to. We've never heard that, excuse me, that, you know, it's not the
Sorry,
capacity.
can I cut in here? We're really focused on whether we should open the arenas or not. Maybe we can defer this discussion, given this 10 after 10, and we have some other things to deal with. So,
Sir, okay, Jeff, I'll talk to you tomorrow on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Still waiting for a couple councilors, please. One more councilor. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, Councillor Latimer.
Thank you. Whereas Chatham-Kent, Councillor Claire Latimer hereby provide notice that I will bring forward the following motion at the September 21st council meeting for discussion and voting. Whereas Chatham-Kent has been notified that we will receive at least a 5.8 million in COVID-19 Safe Restart provincial federal funds to assist with Chatham-Kent's 2020 COVID-19 pandemic lost revenues and additional expenses. I, Councillor Claire Latimer, move that we return to full 2020 pre-COVID-19 approved budget service levels for all remaining services for the remainder of 2020, where warranted by demonstrated community demand and where allowed under COVID-19 public health restrictions, with a full variance report provided to Council prior to the 2021 budget deliberations.
Okay, Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Mine might be a moot point considering Councillor Latimer's, but I will read it just in case here to see if it's collected in that. I, Councillor Scotchy, hereby provided the notice for the following motion be discussed and voted on in the September 21st, 2020 council meeting. Whereas on June 24th, Councillor Harrigan brought forth a successful motion which was approved by council that administration provide a report to council identifying the current levels of service support of beautification initiatives provided to communities for services such as flower basket hanging, and holiday street light decorations, and that this report recommended processes or policies new or existing to improve the scheduling and or equalize the service levels across CK, along with the budget implications associated with those recommendations. And whereas the subsequent to the motion, council received and approved the recommendations in the report regarding downtown service level standardization on January 13th, 2020. And whereas on May 11th, council approved a resolution reducing the service levels due to COVID-19, be it resolved that administration directs staff to return to the normal service levels for community beautification going forward with regards to downtown banners, decorations, flower baskets, and barricades installations for special events. The beautification of our community continues to be an important part of Chatham-Kent during the COVID pandemic, and that the upcoming Remembrance Day and holiday season, which is normally supported by Public Works Department in the form of hanging banners and or decorations, resumes in normal standards.
Item 20, closed session report.
Thank you, and through the mayor. All were present at this evening's meeting. Council directed administration on proposed disposition of land by the municipality with regard to offer to purchase vacant lot, Erie Street North, Ridgetown, Section 2392C, Municipal Act 2001. Also proposed disposition of land by the municipality with regard to land lease 25280 Big Point Road, agricultural land, Section 2392C, Municipal Act 2001. Council received information on advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with regard to mask amending bylaw section 239 2F, the Municipal Act 2001, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose with regard to rural fiber backbone agreement, Section 239 2F, Municipal Act 2001. I so move.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, will you second that?
Second, Mayor Kenneth.
Okay, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, communication items. I have 2 items that are pulled that Councillor Kirkwood White would like to pull 2A and Councillor Latimer 2F. Can I get someone to put everything else forward? Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Voss.
So moved.
So second.
All in favor, or anyone opposed? Hearing none, will the other 2 items. So Councillor Kirkwood White on 2A.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to congratulate Steve Bolton and Corey Crow for achieving their Certified Road Supervisor Associate certification from the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors. I don't know either one of these individuals, but I know that this work takes time, so congratulations to both of them.
Councillor Latimer. 2F.
Yes, thank you. This is in regard to Security from Trespass and Protecting Food Safety Act, and Ernie Herdeman has asked that we give his office feedback with regard to issues surrounding this. So I just wondered if we could direct staff to do that, or if there was plans to do that.
What sort of feedback are you looking for, Councillor Latimer?
Well, what he's he's announcing the Security from Trespass and Protecting Food Safety Act 2020, and this is how to enact the actual legislation. So he's wanting, he's given us a discussion paper, which has been posted on the regulatory registry, and he is strongly encouraging us to provide feedback and comments on this discussion paper, so that they can use this feedback to help shape the content and design of the minister's regulations surrounding Security from Trespass and Protecting Food Safety Act that just went into was legislated. So I didn't want to. It's an important act with regard to all our farmers, and I didn't want it to go kind of fall between the cracks.
We'll look at administration will look into it and get back to you, Councillor Latimer.
That's fine, no problem.
Perfect. Okay, Councillor Kirkwood White and Councillor Latimer, can I get you to put these 2 on the floor? 2A and 2F.
Sure. So moved.
Councillor Kirkwood White.
Sorry, yes.
Anyone opposed? Carried. The non-agenda business. Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Kirkwood White.
Thank you, Worship. I'd just like to ask that as many people as possible throughout Chatham-Kent do the virtual Terry Fox run this Sunday. 40th anniversary of Terry's actual run across Canada, as far as he could make it. And if anyone would like to pledge, please go on the Terry Fox website and pledge anyone that you know that happens to be doing it. That'd be great. Thanks very much.
Councillor Kirkwood-White, followed by Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a friendly reminder to council members, there were at least three deputations tonight that spoke to supporting Indwell, and in preparation for a future report to council that will be coming back shortly. I just encourage you to read the two newsletters that I forwarded a couple days ago, the spring newsletter and the summer-fall newsletter from an Indwell. I'll give you a little bit of information prior to the report to council. Thank you.
Okay, I just had something briefly on this. I sent out a request for scenario-based planning project and look for volunteers, and Councillor Hall put up his hand, so I just wanted to make sure that no one else had any interest in that, just to confirm. If I don't see any other interest, Councillor Hall will win by default. Councillor Scotchy, I see you get your hand up.
Just a quick item on open agenda.
Okay, so Councillor Hall, you're the proud winner of some very good meetings, and you're going to meet lots of people and get lots of information. So thank you for volunteering.
Sounds great. Thanks, Mayor Caniff. Happy
Okay,
for the opportunity.
Excellent. So Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I apologize in retrospect to time. It's unfortunate our open agenda seems to be have only a few minutes every single time the last few meetings. So I just wanted to ask a quick question to Dr. Reedike, because there's been a lot of public inquiries, is regarding the states of our pools, our indoor pool, especially the one in South Kent and in Blenheim. I know that this was conversated till September. We're now into September, and I just wanted to see if you could provide any update to the public, as you know, a lot of seniors programs function in our pools. A lot of sports have resumed, and I just wanted to see if you can touch base on any kind of updates that are prevalent to our community.
Through you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you, Councillor Scotchy, for the question. Staff are working this week to finalize all of their COVID safety measures in terms of making sure staff have been trained, making sure things like plexiglass barriers and directional arrows are all in place for physical distancing. They are looking at certainly a modified opening that will be a soft opening of getting first one pool open and then the second indoor pool. And we hope to have a release to the public, I would think within the next day or so, of when that exact date will be. But we are targeting very, very soon. So hopefully we'll be able to release that. But there are a number of things, from physical changes to staff training, that have to take place. And we are quickly wrapping that up.
Thank you, Dr. Reedike. I just know for the seniors, for ambulation purposes, as well as, you know, mobility, a lot of our seniors are looking forward to getting active again, and some of them, this is their only opportunity to get that. So I'm looking forward to that release, and thank you for your comments.
Okay, we'll get to the reading of the first and second bylaw. Note that under E1, the bylaw and amend the requiring masks will not be part of that. Councillor Pinsonneau, Councillor Solomon, can I get you put on the floor?
So moved, Your Worship.
Councillor Crew, can I get you to second that?
Seconded.
Okay, anyone opposed? Carried. Reading of the third reading. Can I get Councillor Finn and Councillor B. McGregor to put on the floor, please?
Happy to put it on.
Seconded.
All right, anyone opposed? Carried. Resolution of council in closed session adjournment.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I would move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, September 21st, 2020, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
And Councillor Hall, since you volunteered, you get the privilege of seconding the closing of the council meeting.
Excellent. I will be happy to second.
All right, anyone opposed? Carried. That's a wrap. Have a great night, everyone. What's left of it. Thanks.